Hello, everyone, and welcome back to session 19 of New Yerra. I don't even know what to say. How's everyone doing? We're a man down with GC Man's Eye, but he has shown up in full support of the Great Southern Hunt. Without further ado, would anyone like to recap last session? If we can remember.
We done killed Caliburn.
Yep. That's the big thing. And let some other dude get away, whose name was something. Let me find. I got 30 scraps of paper.
It wasn't Demetrius.
Did we get a name on that guy? I don't remember.
We do have a name on that guy.
I met him in on the boat.
Yes.
Parked in Camden. The party got their affairs in order, getting everything sorted before the Great Southern Hunt, purchasing a armored wagon as well as an additional car to store their monsters, fitted it out with Tommy guns. They had recollected, not stolen, because they were Stevens to begin with, from Colton Blackburn, who they murdered on the road into St. George. They got all their armor situated, half plate and plate respectively, and studded leather for Nash. I feel like you guys did some other stuff. Errands were done. The following day, the final day before the hunt, they attended the court trial of one Franklin Strauss, an ex-Central Republic scientist who was on trial for practices of black magic, kidnapping, murder, and all around just being a total piece of shit. But before the trial could conclude, A bullet fired through the window, killing him on impact. The group ran out and exited the courthouse to find Caliburn. Waiting patiently for one Vaughn to exit the building. One John Graves, lieutenant or corporal, I forget his rank, but he's one of those two. John Graves, Gator Boy, as they call him, with his ivory crocodile carved revolver, was pleading, begging with Caliburn to return so they could both disappear. But Caliburn seemingly breaking away from whatever control the Central Republic had on him, out of pure spite and revenge for what Vaughn did to him. After a fight concluded in which you realize that the same black magic that Franklin Strauss was practicing was the same black magic used to essentially create Caliburn from a ex-Central Republic soldier, you slew him in the streets. Afterwards, a small chat with Grace and Winnie, a small chat with the sheriff, who knows you on an intimate level, kind of thing, let things pass. Eventually, the day became for the Great Southern Hunt, feeling bolstered by the victory over Caliburn the day before. The party excitedly and anxiously waited for the mayor to give his inaugural speech before the sirens blared and the hunt officially began. Pouring out and into the streets, out of the walls of the city and into the western forest, hunters in the hundreds began making their way, and in that large group, our party. Is anything of note happening in that first exit out of the city?
Rodan is scouting ahead.
Alright, can I get a perception check from Rodan, please?
Absolutely not.
And an intelligence check on, like, everyone in the group, just for a little bit of lore and information I'm going to sprinkle in here.
We're an intelligent group as a whole. Should go well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did it roll? Did it roll? Nope. That is a 6.
God, fucking +1s being the best we got is really rough on the Yerra group.
I got an 18 with the +0.
Hey, I got +1. I got a middle school education. That's more than most people around here.
Advantage on that check.
Cherry's fucking neurons activated, okay?
Wow.
I know all about hunting.
I actually have a really good in-world reason why Cherry would know the information I'm about to give out.
Wow.
Oh, that's rough, buddy. That's unfortunate.
No, wow.
We'll start with the 19 perception of Rodan. Seeing it from a bird's eye view, it looks insane. The sheer amount of people leaving the city all at once. Did you guys ever do like a cross country in like your guys' school where it's like the entire fucking school gets funneled out of one pathway to do the run? That's essentially what it looks like, but like out of all of the exits of the city, just people are backed up for horses and carriages for miles trying to exit the city. Going further out of the range to kind of scope the area and forests around, there's nothing that immediately catches Rodan's eye in terms of suspects for victims. Suspects? Victim sounds bad. Creatures
Targets.
you wish to hunt. Targets for a hunt.
We know what we
Fucking
called them. They're fucking victims.
Yeah, the forest is pretty clear all around the city, as most of it has been chopped down in order to build this metropolis that is St. George. It seems pretty clear for a good distance. And Cherry, you would know this, just general piece of information. Growing up in Louisiana, growing up in Mobile specifically, and also having family members in larger cities like New Orleans, you would know that the difference between living in a big town like New Orleans and St. George and a smaller town like Mobile and Charleston is in these smaller towns with less people, with less defenses, monsters are more prominent. The bigger a city gets, the more that acts as just like a natural deterrent for a good like mile radius for like these larger creatures are not going to go anywhere near that kind of level of human population. So a
Right.
city, it would make sense that monsters, especially ones important enough for a hunt that you would want to actually go after to get points, wouldn't be very close to the city.
Mm-hmm. I will use my bird's eye view to try to maneuver and get ahead to the quickest way to get out of the city so we can start.
Interesting. Make a intelligence check on your part to see if you can route to the quickest way out of the city, kind of away from all the traffic.
All right, we got this. 17.
Oh. These +1 +0s. Woof. Woof, guys.
Listen, there's one thing we good at, and that's shooting our gun.
I'm gonna make a roll. Wait. There are 3 characters. One of them, like 2 of them, don't actually have stat blocks, so I'm gonna use the one that I do. Okay. Can you make a stealth check for me?
A stealth check. Yes. Do I have to take it at disadvantage because of my armor?
Is this a cart
You're-
stealth check?
Yeah, take it at disadvantage, not because you're in armor, but because this isn't really a 9.
9.
Okay. Okay, first of all, with a 17, you feel confident that you maybe won't be first out of the city, but you'll definitely be in the front section of the pack, right?
Yeah.
Because as you even look at bird's eye view, people are already out of the city.
Yeah.
You begin making through this route, and who has the highest passive perception? I believe it's Nash.
For sure, it's 20.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Then you spot this thing. As whoever's driving, Steven gives them directions like taking which routes to get out of the city. You begin pulling away from these larger stems of traffic. Nash, you notice carriage in that group begin to peel off as well. On it is Doc, Winnie, and Grace, who have spotted you 3 and realized that you guys have come up with a quicker route, and they are on your tail. Not in like a chase sense, but as in like, these guys clearly know something we don't, so they begin following you out of that initial traffic.
Yeah, that's fine. If anyone's got to come in second place, it should be them, so... I'm gonna wave.
You see Doc, who was the one who I only have a stat block for, so she's the one who spotted you. Give out a wave. Winnie waves. Grace kind of like nods as like, she's like, I'm not proud of this, but I want to win. So she has like, she's a very solemn character. So the best you get is like a nod and a smile as they begin making way out of the city behind you. About 10 minutes, and you guys are already out. You guys are on a semblance of a dirt path heading out of the city. And I guess another point to bring up, seeing all of this from a bird's eye view, is with the amount of... There's no one path, or if there is, it should not be taken. It is, as soon as these hunters get out of the city, it's an immediate disperse. Because you kind of want to forge your own path, find unforged, like ways down to the city to find new monsters. You don't want to retrod old ground, essentially. And you especially don't want to share hunting grounds with other hunters. So immediately it's just a disperse of like wagons into the wilderness. Further out they get, the further apart they get. And as you guys make your way out, Doc, Winnie, and Grace also pull up alongside you. They turn, give a semblance of nods and waves before they too kind of disperse, trying to find their own hunting ground. With that being said, the group spends about 3 days traveling west, distancing your guys selves from the city as well as other hunters. The woods surrounding St. George, as mentioned before, devoid of any monsters. And any smaller creatures have been cleared out prior to the hunt. As the days roll on, the woods get thicker and the terrain gets more mountainous as you officially cross the border out of Maryland for the first time in this campaign and into Georgia. During certain parts of the trip, when the trees begin to clear, when you guys make your way through certain clearings during this kind of 3-day interim before you feel comfortable that monsters will start appearing, in this clearings you see a large mountain to the north of you guys. Well, as you guys are coming in, it would be north and kind of northwest. Most of you guys would know that this would be the tail end of the Appalachian mountain range. During the first few days of travel, these first few days, is anyone doing anything of importance? Saying anything, doing anything on this kind of interim voyage?
Let's see.
During the travel, Vaughn would have cast Speak with Animals and talked with the horses, see if they're doing all right, and also talked to the owlbear.
Interesting. During the first 2 days, I think, just to get a quick survey of what the horses are thinking, I think Argisax would be... Vaughn, it is good to talk to you again. Ever since Josephine has departed, I have been yearning to once again communicate with you.
Yeah, I kind of picked this up, or I think well, obviously I learned it because talking to you, but I kind of
Yes, I put that together.
I kind of watched how she did things, and I think I picked it up myself. So, we can actually bond a little bit more, I think.
It is heartwarming to see you get in touch with your roots, sir.
Thank you, Argisax. I appreciate it.
Yes. You talk to Moonbeam. Moonbeam seems to be like, well, the rest in St. George was nice for my joints, but I'm afraid a long journey awaits me.
Do you need anything? I mean, anything that we can do to kind of ease your burden?
Well, given the fact that we are no longer being ridden directly, but are instead all 4 of us in joint force, pulling a carriage, I feel like my burden has been spread amongst these younger horses, so I think I'll be fine for now.
Okay, well, let us know if you need to take a rest or if we can do anything else for you, and we'll get it done.
If I just unpromptedly shit my pants while walking, I think that's
pants?
Horses in old age need something. If I unexpectedly shit myself, then I think that'd be a good time to stop and just let my old bones get some rest.
Okay, we can do that.
Chlamydiot doesn't talk to you as much as you try. Is a kind of a mystery to yourself as well as the other horses. You talk to Sugar, and fucking Sugar's just doing his thing. Conversation throughout these few days seem normal. Like, he's just hyped and excited to be here. But then he starts like laying in like, I fucking died earlier. Like, and you're like kind of like threw you off. You're like, I don't know what the fuck. And then he just refuses to like elaborate on that statement. But outside of that, the horses seem to be good. Moonbeam is excited that he is no longer being directly ridden. All of the horses seem to be getting along. You talk to the owlbear, and it seems shy and like reluctant to speak, whilst everyone is around. But if you get like during one of the campsites, if you pull the bird across to the side, he seems to be a bit more open when it's a one-on-one with you. What do you say to him?
Hey, little guy, you doing all right?
I'm doing a lot better now. I like playing with the ball that you guys got me. That's fun.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I mean, it must have been...
I got a fucking ball! You hear Benjamin call out from your backpack.
Yeah, Vaughn was just like, did we give him a ball? Sure, I'm sure he found one. I bet we can find a better ball on the way. while we're on our journey?
I don't think so. This ball talks, and that makes it more fun when I catch it.
That's fair.
Um,
Speaking of which, do you have like a name or anything, or?
No, not really. The first memory I have was being put in that box, and then like the second memory I have was like you guys taking me out of the box. So that's kind of where I'm at currently.
All right. Well, I'll think of the name of you on these while we're out traveling, and we can refer to you as such. But are you all right? Do you need anything?
No, I'm good. More food would be awesome. Like not like urgently, but just like when you have it, that'd be great. Cause still getting used to like eating consistently. But besides that, no, I'm doing good.
All right. Well, if you need anything, let us know, and we'll get you fixed up.
All right, we'll do. Thanks, Mom. And then he fucking like runs away.
He'll give him a little ruffle his feathers and kind of pat him.
Yeah. Throughout the journey, you could see the Albert gets restless while you guys are journeying in the wagon. But when you guys take time to like sit down and make camp, he seems to like do laps of the camp. Try to find Benjamin at all possibilities and just kind of fuck his day up as much as possible.
I'd like to think that like Benjamin's on the hook a good chunk of the time, and he's kind of like,
Yeah, if that's the case, it's like a fucking one of those boxing like machines. Like
Yeah.
it's just like having fun like that.
Speed bag.
Yeah.
Steven will work on changing his now basically scrap chainmail into ball bearings using the Tinker's tool.
Ooh. Interesting. Make a tinkering tools check. Are you proficient with the tinkering tools?
Yes.
Awesome. So that is intelligence plus proficiency modifier.
Did it do it?
20 and 17?
20.
I believe so.
Yeah.
20. Yeah, absolutely. With minimal side effects. They aren't, given the fact that you're doing this on the road, I wouldn't consider them like perfect like ball bearings. I set the DC at around 17, and if it was lower than a 17, they would have acted more as pebbles or like
Gotcha.
kind of like tacks. But with the 20, you get them cylindrical, circular enough for them to roll and act as ball bearings. So yeah, you can add off D&D Beyond a pack of 1,000 ball bearings. They function pretty much exactly the same with a roll that high.
Cherry's drinking, and then how long is this journey?
It is. You have a month to get to.
How long is the span of like we have these days till we're?
It is the chunk that we work with now is a 3-day period.
Okay, perfect. After the first day, Cherry is like the alien in the doorway fucking to Steven, and she's like, Steven, I didn't bring more alcohol for this trip. I don't have the ingredients to make alcohol. Supplies running low.
I think mine's getting ready to be done. You can have it.
Steven, I need more than that. This is gonna be a month.
That's fair.
What am I gonna do, Steven? Steven, what am I gonna do?
We're gonna have to forge the supplies if we can, and we'll probably have to make a wine, some sort of wine instead of
We gotta
normal.
find grapes. We gotta start fermenting.
Yeah. And we should definitely start now, because it's not going to be done anytime soon.
Oh my god. David, how could I not think about this?
Yeah, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. I'm surprised you didn't think about this sooner.
I wasn't thinking about that. I was just enjoying what I had, and then I noticed that all I had was from the party.
Yep. Like I said, I mean, there's gonna be a decent amount. I think many casks worth of.
That's a day.
Mead.
You got a day's worth, Steven. We ain't doing anything but driving. What else am I supposed to do but drink? All I'm doing is drinking and pissing. What comes in, comes out as piss, and I just refilter through.
That is so nasty. That's so nasty.
Do you think there's like an alcohol percentage in my piss? Do you think I could distill my piss?
You hear Benjamin, who's currently on the hook in the wagon. It is well documented that those who go through particularly desperate times were able to get a semblance of a buzz after drinking their own piss back in the old country. That being said, I'm just here to tell you that it is possible, but not to condone said actions.
Steven, I think we done found a solution. Steven, I think we done found a solution.
No! Don't do it, Cherry. Don't do it.
If desperate times, desperate measures, as the Bill Grizzle man said, Bear Grillins. Sometimes in the wild, you gotta do things. You gotta do things.
Okay, but now's not the time. First, let's start looking for grapes. And then we'll start working on some sort of basic wine. And you need to start rationing your alcohol.
Oh my god. What else do we have on this cart? I'm gonna need like bread to fill my stomach. Oh, don't the bread absorb the alcohol though?
Yeah,
Ain't that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
Okay, just really quick. I've misspoken. Alcohol, not in piss. That is amphetamines. Certain drugs that can be filtered. That being said, if you drink your piss, nothing will come of it. So I just wanted to reiterate my stance on this point. Don't drink your piss.
I ain't got no amphetamines on my goddamn self right now. Damn it, Steven.
I mean, I'm sure we got stuff for coffee. Maybe we switch to a caffeine addiction.
Steven, are you proposing I swap addictions here? For the time being?
If it helps get over one addiction.
Now, once upon a time when I was a younger lass, I was out there, I'd be drinking, and then you would follow it up with cocaine. And it was the strongest combination possible. I felt unstoppable when I was doing that. Though, you know, at some point I had to let the cocaine go, because it do be making you do some crazy things. You know, alcohol, it just make me a little angry sometimes. You know, sometimes the world make me a little bit angry, right? But cocaine, right? That was a whole other problem. Now, caffeine. Now, this is the average man type of drug. Steven, what do you know about manufacturing high dosages of caffeine? Tell me, Steven.
I do not know.
Steven, where can we get caffeine other than coffee?
I am not a manufacturer of food and or drugs. I'm a manufacturer of ammunition and weaponry.
Steven.
So you're asking the wrong person. Nash might know some more info on the whole caffeine. He might be our caffeine king.
Nash.
What?
Where can I get caffeine? Tell me.
Coffee?
And anywhere else?
Caffeine beans.
Nash, do you have these caffeine beans on you?
I do not have any caffeine beans on me.
Do you know how to forage the caffeine bean?
I ain't ever gone after caffeine beans, but at night I can start looking around, see if I see any about. I'm checking trees and stuff.
Yeah, or some kind of aphrodisian, as the skeleton was saying.
Some kind of what?
An Aphrodite, you know?
Aphrodite.
Amphetamine.
Amphetamine. I can. You know what an amphetamine look like? I can see if I can find any out there.
Don't think amphetamines are naturally foraged.
Damn. All right. Well, I got some magic. I can find people. I can almost see if there's any other people around each night, and maybe we'll bargain with them, get some of their supplies.
You proposing a drug deal? Nash, I knew you had that dog in you.
There ain't nothing wrong with buying stuff. That's bartering and trading. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it is.
I'm sure if there's a doctor out there that got cocaine on them, I'm sure everyone's got a bunch of alcohol, in their card, so.
Yeah, all right. Perfect. Problem solved. Look at Nash. I knew that forehead was good for something. Stole all that knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm out there. I'll be forged to see if I can find any amphetamines. I don't know what they look like. I'll just grab stuff I don't know what it is and we can try.
Perfect. I will eat anything.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I do
All
that,
right.
and I'll be looking for some caffeine beans.
Time to day drink for celebration.
You careful now, you run out.
I told you we gotta ration it.
No, we just found a solution. Ain't no reason to ration now. I'm gonna go drink.
I'm feeling a lot of pressure on my shoulders suddenly, Steve.
I'm sorry. I'll help you out at night. I didn't mean to put this on you.
Terry's gonna go day drink.
You know what
And night
caffeine
drink.
beans look like, Steven? I heard about them. I don't know what they look like.
So, caffeine beans are the unground form of coffee. You know how coffee's like a powder, right?
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't know what a coffee bean. They same thing. That's a caffeine bean, same.
I believe.
All
I
right.
believe so. Yeah, if
Okay,
we can find coffee beans, dry them out. I'm pretty sure, if I'm right, you just roast them, and then people chew on those for caffeine. The roasted coffee beans. I've even heard some restaurateurs dip them in chocolate.
I mean, yeah, I ain't got chocolate. I got a lot of dried food for this month-long journey.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll make do. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, with the meals you make, it's gonna be fine.
Thank you for saying that, Steven. I've been doing my best to add more spices and stuff to increase your satiation upon mealtime. Though I still will not be using salt, and I know y'all feel a certain way about that, but
I've accepted it, and your meals are delicious without it. So,
to that point, DM, can I have the chef feat, and I always forget that I have it, and I just want to say, so I don't have to say it every single day, that I'm cooking breakfast, which makes little tarts that I can pass out to people.
Yeah. Is there a mechanical benefit to that feat? I believe there is.
Yeah. So, I can make 3 treats. So I'll give one to everyone but me. So everyone will get in the morning a little breakfast snack they can bring along with them when they get peckish, and it gives them temp HP when they eat it.
Nice. Everyone keep track of your temp HP breakfast snack.
Yeah, everyone's got you have a 3 temp HP breakfast burrito at all times.
Also, to our poor horse that's getting up there in age. In these days where I know there won't be any monsters, I will be casting Enlarge on her to give her a little bit more strength.
Is Moonbeam male or female, Nash?
Female.
Female. I don't know how I didn't know that. Yeah, during most of the, especially during this 3-day period, Moonbeam is twice the size of a regular horse. Nash, if you were to talk to Moonbeam during this time, she would. This feels amazing. I never felt so strong and powerful.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling that way, Moonbeam. This is our big last ride, so let's make the best of it.
Here! And Moonbeam's feeling a lot better. During these 3 days, if that is all everyone is doing, just situated their alcohol, their rations, tending to the horses, then on the 4th night, as the party make camp, the rest of the party members try to reaccustom their bodies to sleeping out in the wild after a weeks-long stay in St. George. Who would be taking the first watch?
Vaughn will take it because he only has to deactivate for 4 hours.
Alright.
Also, Rodan would be circling all night.
Nice.
Keeping an eye out.
Okay, everyone finds rest, however long it might take for your body to, once again get accustomed to sleeping out in the wilderness after, the great stay at the Grand St. George Hotel. Eventually everyone dozes off except for Vaughn taking the first watch. Vaughn, could you roll me a D100, please?
Oh boy.
You need to get 100.
I got a 7.
That's pretty good the other way.
Yeah.
Alright, 7. As everyone begins to settle down, a heavy rain falls over the camp. Like a torrential downpour begins to just start pelting you guys.
Oh no.
Is there, other than the heavy rains, is there anything else that I can gather, like, that might be using rain as cover, like, to stalk us?
Make a perception check.
Do-do-do. Roll, please. There we go. 22.
And then would Rodan get to make a check too? Or possibly give advantage to Vaughn?
I would say make an independent check.
Okay, yep. And then would this be straight or with advantage? Because he has advantage on perception checks that rely on sight.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Now that I've had adequate time to think this over, Vaughn, I need you to re-roll because you're going to be taking this with a disadvantage, given the fact that it is during a storm, and Rodan can make this flat.
Okay.
A 19's still really good.
Mhm.
30's not bad. I'm gonna say Rodan doesn't see anything. Vaughn, you see. It's hard to make out, but the most you can see is maybe like birds or like a bird trying to like make its way past whatever this is. It itself is trying to find shelter. Is kind of the best you can make out, but nothing seems to be stalking you directly.
Okay, is it a regular sized bird or big bird?
It's hard to tell. It could be anything from a
Okay.
regular sized eagle or like a giant eagle. This is New Yerra. Giant sized creatures aren't exactly uncommon. So, but regardless of the size, like I said before, it doesn't seem to be focusing on you. It seems to be passing over.
Okay. I assume we have like general supplies in the cart, like tarp and shenanigans like that.
I would say even if there wasn't a tarpa that you could you have 2 fully covered wagons.
Right.
So worst case scenario, you guys would just sleep in that for the night.
Yeah, that I was
one thing I
assuming
will
a
say
party
is the
would, but-
fire is completely doused, so warmth would be an issue here.
Yeah, I would assume that the party, getting pelted on would probably move inside the wagons, but
Mhm.
if we do have said tarp, I would kind of like make a makeshift like tent for the horses so they're not getting pelted with torrential rains.
You know what? If you said you were going to use the tarp for the party, I would have said you wouldn't have had one. But since you're using it for the horses, you do have a tarp.
Excellent.
Yeah. So the horses just are still cold and probably incredibly damp, but at least not getting pelted, like you said. The party moving in to the wagons, drenched and cold, given that there is no longer a heat source. Yeah, that is the first third of the night. Would you be swapping out with another member of the party, Vaughn, or are you going to take the second watch as well?
Unless somebody wants to, I don't mind taking second watch. I'd probably deactivate. It wouldn't really matter because I'm still aware of everything. But probably towards the end of the night, I would take my 4 hours and get my rest. And at that point,
Steven would get up while Vaughn is resting and
Mhm.
cover those 4 hours.
Um, Hold up. I think I'm doing long rest wrong. It's an 8-hour period split up into 4 2-hour sections, correct? So Vaughn could take the first 4, and then you would need 2 other people to cover the next 2-hour shifts.
Mhm.
Okay. So, that being said, Vaughn, I need you to roll me another D100.
Okay.
And then after that first 4-hour period, we're going to swap over to Steven, who's taking the third,
Mhm.
fourth.
90.
The heavy rains persist. That's what you get with a 90. It doesn't seem to worsen significantly, but it seems to have no intention of leaving anytime soon. So the move into the wagons was the right call. That being said, we now reach the halfway point of this long rest. Vaughn, your 4 hours of necessary sleep are about to kick in, and now I'm going to swap to Steven. As you take over from Vaughn, I need you to roll me a D100 as well.
Mm-hmm.
The camp explode. Nice.
69.
Nice.
All right. The torrential downpour begins to worsen into a full-out thunderstorm. Cracking of thunder, the light. I'm not sure if anyone has experienced this in real life, but when I lived in Australia for a bit, given how cloudless it was and how flat the plains were, when lightning struck, it literally looked like the entire black sky lit up with like when a pure white. That's what you witness. Outside of the like near deafening levels of thunder, through that thick haze of clouds, you can see the entire sky light up.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, nothing else seems to happen.
And from Rodan's vision, when the sky lights up, is there anything that catches his eye?
I'm gonna need another perception check.
Yeah.
Flat 6.
Yeah.
With the 6, unfortunately, nothing seems to catch.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say with such a low roll, the reason is during the thunderstorm, Rodan has stopped circling, but has instead perched a tree high enough to maintain visibility,
Mhm.
but to try and shelter himself from the thunder and the
Yep.
lightning. Now for the final quarter of the watch, Steven, who are you swapping out with?
He'll. Is there anybody else that would have wanted to do watch?
Yeah, I'll do it. I wake up early,
Okay.
make everyone breakfast, and I'll watch while I'm cooking.
Okay. Yep.
Perfect. In that final quarter, no real need of the storm seems to clear up. Almost seems near coincidental, Nash, as soon as you wake up and think to yourself to cook breakfast, a fire is required, the storm stops, and it's like, okay, well, now I can make a fire. So yeah, you begin the process of making everyone breakfast, and then after that 2-hour prep period, the rest of the party begin waking up to the fresh smells of Nash. What are you cooking this morning?
Beans
The
and
fresh smell of
eggs.
beans.
And wrap them up in some kind of burrito like tortilla something. I'm gonna say I stocked up on a shit ton of tortilla shells back in the last city we were in.
Easily done. Yeah, the rest of the party wake up to the fresh smell of breakfast burritos being prepared.
W.
Yeah, I just know I have 2 backpacks of provisions, so whatever that means, I assume it means tortillas.
Just 2 whole backpacks of tortillas.
All right, what's everyone doing this morning?
Steven, noticing this storm kind of like appeared in an odd time, is gonna send Rodan up and scout out up into the air to see if there's anything that looks like the storm specifically targeted, or if it was maybe there's any area where something has moved through the woods.
Interesting. Okay, make a perception check from Rodan, this time with the advantage, because it is cleared up in the morning. 19. Alright, you, what would Rodan see? It doesn't look like something has, like, Godzilla'd its way through the forest. It does not seem like anything has been flattened. You notice, kind of diverging, northwards. You guys have been doing a direct travel west to get out of the city before you guys can start taking your time and, like, scouring through the forest. A kind of a diversion up north, there seems to be closer to the mountain that I mentioned earlier. There seems to be lightning, where you can see lightning has struck the singed branches and almost like not necessarily caught fire because of the rain last night, but where extreme focuses of heat have struck, like singed wood and stuff like that. As well as continuing further in that direction, there seems to be a clearing in an odd place. Like a circular, like, break in the tree line that doesn't seem natural.
Okay. Steven would let everybody know and suggest that we probably check it out, see if we can figure out maybe what could have caused this, or maybe if there's something there that we could hunt, start our journey off.
All right, well, we can take off, and Vaughn will start like tying up the tarp that he used for the horses. Make sure that's tucked away and ready himself.
Awesome. You begin wrapping up the top. The horses begin to kind of like shake their manes to try and dry themselves off. Nash finishes up cooking breakfast, begins packing down the cooking provisions. And after an incredibly damp and I'm assuming semi-sour morning, the party begins to mobilize. I should have asked this at the beginning. Would be kind of the official, like, driver of the wagon?
I can drive. I can drive.
Drunk driving in the Wild West.
Jerry, you
drinking
are
a
our
little
baby driver.
At one of those nights, Vaughn would have cast Speak with Animals, and if Cherry's driving like constantly, he would like, especially Argisax, he'd be like, "Hey, kind of keep them in line when she's driving."
I want you to know that she has no control over us. We are simply just moving in a direction. She has little to no input on where we go.
Good job. And he'll pat Argisax and caress his biceps.
She has
He
little
flexes.
to no input.
Jokes aside, Cherry, you are the official driver. And with the directions given to you to divert path up north from Stephen and Rodan, you begin making your way. Like I said before, there's no paths that are in this forest. It's pretty like untamed wilderness, but this is an annual thing, so voyages back and forth are common. So a directly heading west, it seems like the wilderness has almost become accustomed to people moving in that direction. When you begin to veer off north, it is officially like an off-road. You are now like kind of zigzagging through trees. There's no clear path. That direction is obvious. The wagon begins to just jostle and shake with the gravel and loose rock underneath. The journey becomes a lot more, I wouldn't say dangerous, but difficult and annoying to traverse. Yes,
Steven will also be on top on the ballista just to get a better view.
Yes, so in the initial cabin there is pretty standard what should I say, like cabin, like fully built over, and then on the top it has almost like a outlook, like kind of like in a military like World War II style bunker where there's just like a little section for like one person to stand up in that's like concreted over with the ballista in place, except it's like made out of wood. And like essentially a step ladder has been built into the ground for you to climb up, and you're in this little nook with the ballista, so you're shielded from all sides except for aiming forward. The extra protection means that although nothing can come from the sides of the back, the ballista is limited in its range. You can only fire at anything that is in front of the wagon. But yeah, you're up in there. Rodan, I'm assuming, circling overhead, and Sherry, you begin voyaging north. As mentioned before, you see the remnants of lightning strikes. You heard them the night prior, but seeing them up in person, yeah, the scarred and charred wood of these trees. Not it doesn't look like someone has like called lightning, you know what I mean? Where it's just like lightning, lightning, lightning. But it seems the phrase lightning doesn't strike twice. No area looks like it has been like just pummeled, but the grouping of this lightning strike seems suspicious. Like no lightning would naturally occur this close together with such rapid pacing. And eventually, you guys begin nearing after maybe like an hour and a half's journey, nearing the clearing, the unnatural clearing you saw earlier. As you guys pull into this clearing, sorry, the music, I have to manually like change the audio, and I've added 3 new songs, so like every now and then the new song's just gonna be ridiculously loud. You begin making your way into this unnatural clearing. You see a large creature is kind of slumped over, and 2 giant wolves or dire wolves seem to be picking at it, almost like they have scavenged this meal. Sherry, given the fact that you are riding, could you roll me a... Oh, you know what? I'll consider this a group stealth check, so everyone roll stealth.
Does our armor affect this?
That will though, Jesus Christ. I would say yes.
15.
Alright.
12.
I'm doing this by the book, and you guys are competing with the passive perception of a dire wolf. But as a group check, so Nash, unless you really drop the ball here and get a natural 1, I think the group average will be high enough.
All right. Also, I was just checking. I have a +1 more than whatever this is. 11.
11. The 11 and the 12, not the best, but I think the 15, which passes, and the 25, which really brings up the average. You guys begin, I think, at Nash's request, Cherry, you begin to kind of slow down the pace and kind of take your time and begin to travel a bit more quietly as you enter this clearing. And that is when you see this larger creature being picked at by these dire wolves, and they don't seem to notice your approach. What's everyone doing?
Stephen will get down and tell the side of the cart that's facing the wolves, does it look like the submachine guns that are affixed have an angle on them?
I think that would be entirely up to, however, if you would like to, request Sherry position the wagon in a certain way, I would say that you would definitely be able to, if you wish to use the ballista, if you wish to use the Tommy guns, you could position the wagon in any way possible, especially because you have not been seen. So if Cherry, Cherry is able to position the wagon in a way.
All right, guys. Do you want me to try to fire this ballista at them, at the
Yeah.
dire wolves, or
I'm gonna
are
get the
we?
job
Do
done.
we want to go with the Tommy guns?
I think Ballista won.
All right. Steven will get back and tell Sherry to try to line the ballista shot up so we can hit the dire wolves, theoretically in a straight line, and then prepare and fire.
All right, Cherry. I think very little effort on your part to maneuver this is required, as you guys are coming in from a straight angle. The best, if you are aiming to try and double skewer these wolves, I don't think you're going to be able to get a positioning on that because
Okay.
you come into the clearing unless you were
Okay.
to kind of try to fully start circling them to get a better angle, which would almost completely give away your position to these
Yeah.
wolves.
So at that point, just the one that is closer is probably the one that would be aimed at.
All right,
And-
no worries. Oh, go
And
on.
Vaughn would take aim at the second wolf that isn't being targeted.
All right, nice. That being said, Steven, the ballista is a +5 to hit, and Vaughn, you know what your sniper is to hit. So let's.
And- Also, just before we shoot this, does this ballista look like a one and done type thing, or does it look like it can be reloaded?
Roll me. Roll me a. Roll me a D12 plus 2. Steven.
It's a 7.
You have 7 bolts that has come with the
Okay.
wagon for this ballista.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then it will be used. 20 plus. And you said that was a +5 to hit, correct?
Yes, +5.
Would this also be
Oh.
considered a sneak attack?
This absolutely would be considered a
Okay.
sneak attack.
Whew. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. 20. 23. Okay. Whew.
Much better. All right. I knew it was a good idea to get up the direwolf stat block. All right, everyone, roll me. I believe 13. You could add sneak attack to that, and the damage for this ballista is 3d10 plus 1.
Also, it is considered a critical hit for me since it is a surprise attack.
Nice.
So let me calculate that real quick. 2d6. Cool.
And let me.
Oh, buddy.
That's okay. I get double sneak attack for this.
Hmm.
So that is that's 34 damage in total.
34? Okay. You definitely could have one-shot this if you didn't roll not the best.
Oh, wait. I've also got another thing. Now that I am a Gloomstalker, I get an additional attack on my first attack.
Okay, absolutely.
So-
Roll again.
That's a 30 to hit.
Yep. There we go. The sneak attack damage unnecessary. The ballista fires the loud thwong of the string going taut, the wire going taut, and the ballista flying out. It strikes the first wolf in the meaty thigh section of its hind leg and rips completely through it. A perfectly cylindrical hole goes through it. The wolf lets out a shriek with 15 points of damage. Before it can react, the fire of the sniper rifle goes off, and it's a perfect neck shot. A textbook hunting from Vaughn as the bullet fires through and the wolf collapses without even able to react. With the pain striking through its leg, its fellow wolf dropping to the ground. The first wolf begins making a beeline out into the forest. If no one else is doing anything, the wolf makes a full-on dash and sprint. It is out of there, and you guys are left to investigate this clearing.
What's the distance?
The distance, or it would be that's a 50-foot speed dashes. It'd be 100 feet away at this point.
I'd take another pot shot at it.
All right, roll to hit.
And I would also use my magic missile.
This wolf is fucked up, Sam. So that's
Ooh.
18.
Still up. No longer still up. No longer, guys, it's dead. It's fine.
That's enough slices.
Yeah. The magic missiles come flying at it. It given the fact that it's not piercing, it is it's force damage. It strikes it on the back, and it almost like in a car chase where a cop car dings the back. The wolf gets hit and just tumbles into the dirt. As it gets back up to make another run, Vaughn, your bullet strikes it once again, putting that one down as well. Both of these wolves are taken out, and the clearing is yours.
I will keep Rodan circling, looking to see if any wolves are approaching us while we investigate.
All right. What is Rodan's passive perception?
It is 14.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. As Rodan circles, what's everyone doing?
Vaughn's gonna go pick up the wolf corpse that ran away and bring it back to the clearing and skin it, or however we're gonna handle it.
You bring it back, and just you guys would know, the hunter savvy people especially. A dire wolf in a competition like this, the points you would get, or whatever grading system the Great Son of the Hunt uses, the points you would get from a dire wolf almost isn't worth the amount of space it would take up in your wagon. So you can salvage it for, like you said, the fur. You can salvage it for any meat you would want. But in terms of we need to keep this for the hunt, probably isn't worth it.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, Vaughn would start the process of skinning it.
Steven will check what they were munching on too.
All right. You get closer, and as the whole party gets closer, apart from Vaughn, who is filleting these wolves, this creature is huge. It is... I had a description written for previous. This large fur-covered creature with 2 heads and humanoid ape-like appendages, has a flat snout-like nose, small horns coming from its head, and tusks. This is a Etin, the creature that bored and nearly killed Sugar when you guys were first making your way to St. George. That is what you guys see. No roll required. That is just obvious to anyone who's looking at it. This is an Etin.
Steven is going to inspect it and see how it died.
Oh, perfect. I need you to make me an investigation check, and anyone else is willing to ask any questions and make checks to decipher anything you wish. So first and foremost, investigation check from Steven.
Could I assist?
17.
You can make. Steven's already rolled. You're able to make your own roll if you would like.
I don't think I could do better than a 17, but investigation.
If investigation is your forte, you could try a.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not my forte.
Why is it
Okay.
spicy?
I would just say this: there are 3 kind of checks that will give you each different information: investigation, medicine, and nature. Those are the 3. Any one of you guys able to roll one of those 3.
Son of a
Investigation,
bitch, Sam! I would have not done investigation.
Well, we can nix that investigation because I was in the process of telling you not to roll. You can roll a medicine or a nature if you'd like. Nash, what are we rolling?
Investigation, medicine, and nature.
Medicine and nature is what is left.
Okay. Well, then there's medicine would be my best then.
Meh. Yeah, Nash, yeah.
I'm
All right.
a doctor.
Okay, so I'm going to do this in a kind of a thematic linking between all the information you find. First things first, Stephen, you approached this first. How did this die? That's your first question. What you see initially is, as I was describing before, these wolves were picking this thing apart. There seems to be a large hole in its midsection where these wolves were ripping flesh from. But with a 17 investigation, you realize just by observing it, that wound in its midsection is not how it died.
Mhm.
This thing died via blunt force trauma. And with the 17, you make the associate, you look up to this, as I described before, as unnatural clearing. And you realize the reason there's a hole in the canopy is because all of the branches have snapped inwards, as if this thing had plummeted from the sky and hit the ground and died on impact. That being said, investigating the hole in its side with a medicine check, Nash, although it looks like an absolute mess because of how the wolves were kind of tearing it apart, you can kind of piece together that this creature had a gash in its side, a hole in its midsection, prior to the wolves even getting to it. There are like certain chunks that are taken out that seem to be older than the newer bits of flesh that have been ripped out by the wolves. Which leads me to the nature check that Cherry rolled. That initial gash, after talking with Nash, realizing that the wolves didn't do all of this damage. Cherry, you realize that a creature with a beak had taken a massive chunk out of its side, pairing that information then with Steven, before it was dropped, died, and then the wolves have scavenged its corpse.
Bird.
Giant rock bird.
Bird.
Bird. Well, shit.
What's that about a bird and Vaughn's like peeling the skin off?
This Etten was killed by a bird. Looks like it, based on the information we pieced together, it was beaked in the tummy, picked up, and dropped here.
Would Vaughn know anything like from his prior hunting experience with the army, like giant types of birds that would have done this?
Roll a nature check for me.
Alrighty, let's say. Nope, 6.
A 6. It's common behavior among birds of prey to creatures that has a difficult time like penetrating, whether it has a shell or just a thick skin. Its ideal means of attacking those kind of creatures from that point is to grab it, pick it up, and drop it. And this behavior in real life is actually common among birds of prey, and you would think that the larger a bird gets in this new Yerra kind of continuity, that behavior wouldn't diminish. Its prey would just increase in size alongside of it. So with a 6, birds drop things to kill them. It's kind of like this is not a rare thing.
Mm.
He's gonna send basically look through Rodan's eyes, and instead of patrolling for a little bit, just look up in the mountainous area to see if there's any nest or nesting that this bird could live, because it dropped it here. It probably doesn't want to travel far from its nest to come and pick it back up.
Interesting. All right. Make a perception check with advantage with Rodan for me.
Mm-hmm. 22.
22. Rodan can't get too far away from you because of
Mhm.
that psychic connection. If you would like him to get further, it would be a shenanigan of like, it would take time to come back and forth. But from its vision, from staying within that 100-foot range of you, it spots up in the higher echelons of the tail end of this mountain ridge. As I described, it's the tail end, so we're not exactly getting to extreme levels of elevation, but on one of the smaller peaks closer to where you guys are, there seems to be a tree growing out the side of a cliff, as if some sort of rock formation or rock slide has kind of pushed it to the side, and then it has continued to grow up like this, and a nest has been forged and created in that tree. From this distance, the optical illusion is strange. You feel like, at first glance, you would look at it and be like, that's just a nest. But with the information of how big this supposed creature that you're hunting is, as well as actually taking time to process how far away this mountain ridge is, and then realizing how big that nest must be, this is a incredibly large creature that is nested here.
Oh, I found our bird, and he's gonna point that way and point towards it. Looks like it's up on a ridge a ways down. Looks like we got ourselves our first monster.
It'd be a good one if you just do its tricks and. Man.
That's absolutely true. It's gigantic, so.
Yeah, as you point out where it is, Nash and Cherry, Vaughn would as well. You, as described before, you do that kind of double take of like looking at it, that's a nest, and then like the realization of like how big it is. It's a holy shit. Like you guys will do that double take, and then yeah.
And then after that, Rodan's gonna go back onto Wolf Watch.
Wolf Watch, awesome. Just with the kind of looping it was doing before, as well as the current surveying, you feel comfortable that wolves. These aren't necessarily the wolves' hunting ground. You maybe have the idea that it picked up a scent of like a fresh kill and just thought for an easy feed, but they seem to have long gone, and there doesn't seem to be any serious wolf population in the area.
Mm. All right.
Vaughn, were you there for the?
Go ahead.
I was just asking Vaughn, when did you leave the nest? Did you spot the nest or?
Yes.
But,
Yeah, but I was gone like a minute.
So, yes, Stephen, continue.
Do we want to load the? Maybe take a trophy from it. Either way.
Yeah, probably. I mean, why not? Totally our kill.
And what was the identifier that they talked about to identify like kills?
It is essentially any aspect of like a traditional trophy, whether it be like severing the head or a tusk or a claw. But once you get to Davidson, the city that you guys are traveling to, they will use magic to identify the time period of the kill, so that you can not like stack up on corpses prior, and then this magic is used to identify creatures that have died between that month period of the hunt.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Take probably the head. Is the head good with you guys? I feel like they take up the least space while still showing
Yeah,
the
we
most.
yeah we can skin it and keep the skull or whatever. And
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah, for sure. And Steven will work on with his chain whip, removing the heads, and then getting the skulls prepared so they don't stink.
A few hours are taken for preparation. Vaughn and Steven, I would assume you guys are on kind of like skinning duty. You guys begin. This is like it's an ape. Like ape is almost too humanoid. It's almost like a bear with two heads, except it has like longer opposable thumb appendages. But yeah, its fur is thick enough to definitely be useful, especially if you guys were to come across another night where sleeping without a fire is required. These pelts would be good for that.
Mm-hmm.
Steven, you begin taking the heads and preparing them. These things look wicked once you like take away all the meat and skin. Like I said, it has two devil-like horns protruding from the top. Not incredibly large, but like almost like the superhero Daredevil has like those little like tiny ones on his mask. They look like that. The bigger ones, not horns but tusks, kind of come out. Bigger ones from the bottom like orcs, and then smaller ones like fangs from the top part of the jaw that kind of intersect like that. This thing looks, like I said, wicked. Two of them side by side in the back of the wagon. So the heads are prepared. The pelts are prepared. Nash, if you are in the mood to cook up some Eton stew or something, you're more than welcome to grab some chunks of the meat.
Yeah, we'll try it out.
All right.
And all the like skin and meat that's not going to be useful from the head, he's given the owlbear. Stephen is.
Nice. I'm sure you would have like a bucket loose in some of your gear. And yeah, you just kind of like the eyes, the just like fatty skin sections of like its whatever these are called in an animal.
Jowls.
Yeah, it's jowls. Yeah, you just kind of mince it and put it in a thing, and the owl has a absolute fucking field day. Just gorging him. He is like whole top of the body in the bucket with its little legs kicking out. He's having a great time. Alright. After the Eton has been sufficiently, no part goes to waste. Sufficiently diced up. What's everyone doing?
Probably, I assume eating, and then I probably heading towards the nest.
Alright.
We're gonna get this bird right. That's a good start. I mean, I ain't really interested in
real
finding a big
quick before
fucking
we
bird that's
go,
gonna, drop my ass on the ground. But yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
real quick before we go, I imagine it's still muddy from the storm last night, correct?
There are sections, but as you guys, especially as you diverted north, it almost becomes gravelly and rocky.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily mud, but like in these like little gravel pools have begun to form essentially.
Okay. Real quick then, if there's any kind of like giant footprints in either the gravel or muddy areas that would be peeking out, Vaughn would be on the lookout for that. Anything
Nice.
that might be interesting.
I would say no roll required. Like I described before, there's not necessarily mud patches anywhere near. It's mostly gravel and loose rocks. Any footprints or trails that you pick up on wouldn't be anything of note, especially compared to the hunt before you.
Yeah.
Good looking out though. Steven.
Also, on our way there, Stephen would reload the ballista.
Perfect. All right. So boom, that second shot gets put in place. Totaling 6 bolts. Oh, did you collect? Would you want to collect?
I would
The additional
attempt to, and if I can, I'm also going to, while we're traveling, cast Mend on it and try to start seeing if I can fix it, maybe.
The bolt. I would say with the how clean I described the impact, as well as with the mending cantrip, you get this bolt, and almost if you didn't have the spell, you would still be confident this could be used again. But you still cast mending, and any kind of hairline fractures that have begun in the wood close up. So it was usable before, but with the mending spell, it is basically fresh off the shelf, ready to be used.
Nice.
All right, so we're keeping topped up at 7 ballista bolts. With all said and done, you guys begin heading further north towards this mountain ridge. After, I would say, maybe another hour or two of traveling, the forest begins thinning out, but the rocky and mountainous terrain only gets worse. The amount of times the wheel slips on a loose rock or just is having difficulty getting through this gravel is countless. And by the time you guys start getting to the base of a mountain where it starts going vertical, the horse's hooves are finding no purchase. It hits gravel, and when it goes pulled back, it just chunks of this is just getting pulled loose. As soon as it begins getting steep, you have a feeling that the horses and wagon, this is kind of the end of their journey. If you wish to continue going up, going on foot might be the only option here.
All right, well, I guess we're hoofing it on foot.
Mm-hmm.
And Vaughn will look to Argisax. He's not going to cast Speak with Animals, but he's going to be like, "You're in charge of our way."
As always, sir. It is my honor.
He didn't hear
You're
that,
not-
but yeah.
I think canonically the horses can understand you, but if you're not using the spell, that you can't understand them. So
Mhm.
just for the thematic picture, that is he always applies to you when you talk to him.
Saluted and everything.
Yeah.
The whole
fucking burnt bent hoof up.
Yeah, it's just Argsax has so much muscle. He like has full autonomy over his legs. They can bend in like whatever direction he wishes. All right, so you guys begin leaving all the equipment, and you park up the horses. You park up the wagon. Anything that you guys are taking in. I don't think much equipment is being left in the wagon that isn't on your character sheet. So nothing special to grab. That being said, you guys begin making your way up the mountain. All right, you guys begin making the climb on foot. After about 30 minutes, being on foot, the trick isn't difficult. It just sucks. Like you guys are putting your foot in gravel, and then you guys are slipping. It's still wet from the night before, which makes everything a fucking nightmare. And just when you think it can't get worse, you hear the crack of thunder, and that torrential downpour returns.
Guys,
You guys
this
begin-
sucks.
On your first hunt back in the wilderness, you guys are quickly reminded of how lucky you guys were to experience the luxuries of civilization. Bath every night, a bed to sleep in. I think the memories of St. George are flushing through your heads as you guys are just getting fucking drenched. Cherry, your foundation and makeup is like just the same face, except it's like a few inches lower on your body.
I would like to also say that before it rained, at one point Cherry definitely slipped and just rolled down like part of the mountain, just like the full
Fucking
like.
gerbil gif.
I said 30 minutes. Make that 45 for the fact that Cherry ate shit, and then you guys have to wait for her to catch back up the mountain. On the perfect segue from there, can everyone make me a dexterity check? As you guys are getting to a sufficiently steep part of the mountain, you guys are getting to the point where hands and legs almost required. Like, you could probably walk this straight up, but you guys are like leaning forward, kind of touching off the mountain with your hands to stabilize yourself.
Just straight check.
Straight check, no save.
He's 21.
It's 10.
Oh,
One.
23.
All right, Cherry. Given your fuck up before, you're like way more vigilant. You're like, that sucked. So you're kind of like being consistent. Same with Nash and Steven. You guys are pretty confident. Vaughn, you're normally sure-footed south, perhaps getting overconfident in this moment, seeing
Wait.
Cherry eat shit before.
No,
Wait,
this is it. I was like,
That's
I
fine.
don't think this is a save. I don't think my
this is not a
paladin
saving
thing.
throw. This is a default check. Yeah, maybe perhaps overconfident Vaughn, you step forward on what seemingly is a larger rock that you didn't quite see that is precariously. You hit it, one side buckles, you roll your ankle, and I'm going to give you a choice here. You can either make a choice between taking damage or falling back down the mountain and risk rolling the same check again.
Can I take secret option 3 and activate my my wing boots and kind of levitate?
I think if you were to tell me that you were flying above this prior, I think this is too quick for
That's
you
fair.
to... Especially because you're, like, vertical by the time you're like, I should be flying, and I don't think the boots have the power to, like, pull you up. So,
That's fair.
damage or rolling down.
I'll go ahead and take the damage.
Alright.
You don't want to get dribbled like Sherry?
You take 6 points of bludgeoning damage as in that quick moment you have a thought of like you can tuck and roll and protect yourself and risk falling another 15 minutes down the mountain, or you're like just fuck it and you kind of like starfish and you hit yourself into the gravel. It kind of like as you like slowly begin sliding down, it like cuts up your face and your hands. You have not fallen too far behind, but you have taken that damage.
Okay. Thankfully, that temp HP helped. How far are we from the nest area?
You guys, hypothetically, if I have planned out this climbing the mountain, there are 3 sections, and you guys are like halfway through the first section.
Okay. If that's the case, Vaughn will continue on foot and won't use his boots yet.
Alright. Continuing up this first chapter of the mountain, I need everyone to make that same dexterity check.
There we go, natural 20.
Vaughn said, fuck that, not happening again.
Yeah.
17.
Alright, everyone's fine. Cherry, on a 13, your ankle slips, but you catch yourself just in time before having to make another climb back up the mountain. Everyone has successfully passed. With that being said, the first trek of this mountain is over. You guys are now getting to a point where it is considered incredibly steep. Although still on an angle, you guys are using your hands to actually climb up the mountain at this point. The torrential rain turning the sheer cliff face into almost a water slide. It is becoming incredibly difficult to keep a grip on this thing. Instead of check, I would need everyone. What happened? Why did I had a table here for that D100 roll. It has disappeared.
It's always fun.
What the fuck?
Madam DM, if we were actively climbing, Vaughn would use his boots then to get to a more advantageous point and drop a rope down to assist everyone else, if possible.
Right. I found it was down on like unnecessary notes at the bottom of my page. This is very necessary. Moving you back up here, please. All right. Okay. I am still gonna need everyone to roll that D100. Vaughn, if you're using your boots, I need you to roll 2 for me.
Oh boy. Let me get struck by lightning.
So we're all rolling
99.
a D100. Okay.
65.
60, 70.
70 and 42.
Wow.
Hey.
Hey, let's hope 70 is good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope 99 is good.
Okay, who rolled a 74 or lower?
74 or lower? Yeah.
Yes.
Everyone except
Everyone
for
except
Steven.
for Steven. And Steven, did you roll a 91 or higher?
Yes.
Alright. Vaughn, you begin flying. The rest of your party still trying to make their way up this mountain. You trying to maybe get to a point to help them by lowering a rope. Before you can make your way up to that point, this torrential rainpour, the wings on either side of your boots are flying are fucking struggling. They're like these small little, like, what's that Greek god from like Percy Jackson, like his
Hermes?
Converse shoes that he
Hermes.
has? Hermes, yeah, the boots of Hermes. These aren't like Superman boots. There are wings attached to them,
Mhm.
and they are like being pelted with rain, and you are like, you could fly, and I'm not, just for flavor wise, they are like really struggling.
Mhm.
But you get making your way up, you hear a crack of thunder, and it sounds close.
Don't do it, Sam.
And then the second thing you notice, with a 99 on the dice, a bolt of lightning coming straight down towards you, Vaughn. You being ahead of the group, above them, see it coming. Your boots instinctively push you to the side, and as you move, the bolt comes straight down on Steven.
Oh!
God dang it!
Real lightning.
Zeus really said fuck
Can I
you, Steven.
shield this?
Can you what, sorry?
Can I shield some of this to lessen it?
I don't think you can.
Oh, no.
That is 16 points of lightning damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. How much temp HP did the snacks give?
3.
3, I believe.
3. Yep.
Okay. So I need to reduce it by 3. And you said it was 18, correct?
I think I said 15.
15? Okay. Alright, so working
That's
with
12.
12. So 6. And then a con save. Of course,
Plus-
10.
2.
Plus it's a 12.
That lightning strikes you, and
In very conductive metal armor, by the way.
yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
no.
It
Why did you think
strikes,
it's
and a common occurrence when people are hit with high levels of electricity, you seize up. You are
Mhm.
considered paralyzed for the moment,
Oh.
and you seize up, and then you start leaning backwards. As you begin falling down the mountain, you take
God damn
8
it.
points of bludgeoning damage.
Could I catch him, or is that just not possible?
What did I just roll? 8 points of bludgeoning.
Yeah.
You can catch him, but instead of taking 8 points of bludgeoning, you will take 8 points of lightning as you grab his conductive armor. That's your choice.
Yeah, I could.
It does get reduced by 5 or by 3 for me. The bludgeoning does get reduced by 3 for me.
Oh.
I will let
I
you know
mean, listen. Good luck, soldier, I guess.
that.
Now it's really gerbil gif.
All right, yeah, like you guys see Vaughn, especially as you duck out of the way of the lightning strike, the armor-clad Steven seizes up under all the armor. You could see his body, like, the muscles just tense with the electricity, and then almost comedically, like, Jesus, like a plank of wood, he just falls back down the mountain, taking that 8 minus 3, so that's 5 points of bludgeoning damage. But, given the fact that you are now further down the mountain, I need you to re-roll that D100 as you begin climbing your way back up the mountain again.
That's what happens when you wear metal.
I've done warn y'all, dumbass armor.
I do it again. I rolled 12. Okay.
12. As you begin making your way up, the rain is torrential. As the rain hits your armor, it sizzles. like the heat that has been conducted when the rain hits it. As Steven becomes making his way back on the mountain, it looks really cool with just like smoke billowing off his fried armor. With the 12, lightning does not restrike.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna say does if you roll real low or real high, and I just it's just I'm gonna start climbing the lightning. Just
yeah, you are fine. You regroup with the rest of the party, and you guys begin together as a unit, begin making that journey again. Now, everyone collectively, I need another D100. Vaughn, if you're flying still, I'm gonna need that 2D100, please.
Seeing that lightning is in the area,
God dang it!
No
Vaughn is not
fucking
probable.
way. No shot, Steven.
A second 99.
Take off the armor, you dumbass.
85 for me.
Alright, 85. Vaughn, you realize like you are too close to where the direction of the danger, so you lower yourself to the ground, and as soon as your hands and feet touch the ground, you feel a sensation on your left side of your body, just the heat and the crackle of electricity. Lightning has struck within 10 feet of you, taking 7 points of lightning damage, and I need a DC 12 dexterity saving throw. This is a saving throw, so Cherry's bonus is added.
Okay.
But take that 7 points of lightning.
17 in total.
Okay, 17, that passes. So although you do take that lightning damage, you begin, like Steven did, given the fact that it wasn't directly landing on you, your body doesn't fully seize up, and you slip a bit, but you're able to catch yourself. As you look to the left, as mentioned before, lightning had struck within 10 feet of you. That 10 feet was on Steven again. So, that is another... Okay, really lucky I rolled abysmally. That is 5 points of lightning damage, and I need another con
God.
save.
I'll take the con save. God dang it, another 5!
Once again, Steven, you seize up with electricity, falling backwards down the mountain, taking 7 points of bludgeoning. Minus the 3, that is 4 points of bludgeoning.
God, dude, I'm so... Steven is pissed. Steven is gonna go ahead and second wind.
We haven't got to the bird yet.
Yeah, I know. God dang it.
As you fall back down the mountain to once again come back up to the group, I need you
Oh
to
no.
roll another D100. 17 points back, that's awesome.
69. 79. Which is
That
above
light-
a 74! God dang it!
Which strikes next to you. You see it coming. It's actually directly on top of you, but you see it coming because you're so fucking angry. You jump to the side, but you, however, cannot get outside of that 10-foot radius, taking 7 points of lightning damage, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
It's a 7. It's a 7. I'm gonna roll back down this hill, aren't I?
The lightning strikes, and you roll back down, taking no damage because you aren't paralyzed, so you're able to kind of block your fall, but you will need to repeat the save. The
From
small's
where?
worried about.
27.
You are pissed. You start sprinting up this fucking mountain. You're like, I am so... Yeah, you're no longer... You're like clawing your way up to get back to the party. As Nash and Cherry and Vaughn, you guys are like covering your eyes from the torrential downpour, looking back down the mountain to see a sizzling, steaming, fully armored Steven just hoofing ass up this mountain. You guys get closer and closer, and I think about this point in the journey, you guys realize these rain clouds are incredibly low to the ground, and you have the realization that maybe that's why the rain feels so like heavy is because the clouds are quite close, unnaturally close. Like I mentioned before, this section of the mountain range isn't tall enough to like breach through the cloud line, but just from looking at it, these clouds that are kind of around you guys are lower than the peak of the mountain. You feel like after a few more like legs of this journey, you guys are gonna breach that cloud line. But it's
Once
suspiciously low ground.
Once Steven regroups with the party, Vaughn will kind of give him a tap on the shoulder, not where the armor is. He's gonna like find like a bit of exposed skin and give him a cure wounds.
Well-
10.
Much appreciated. I'm basically full health again. Even taking all of that damage.
You guys are now 2/3 up the way of this mountain. You guys begin ascending. I'm gonna need one more D100 from everybody.
65.
17.
64.
Lightning begins striking around you guys, but not within a 10-foot radius, and especially not directly on. The noise is immense. Just the downpour of rain is like deafening, and then added that with how close these lightning bolts are, there's like a ringing beginning to start in all of your ears. I need everyone to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. Can I just roll good once?
I'm taking them all. Sorry.
Mine's a 15.
Mine's a 6.
Yeah, it'd be 6.
Mine's a 7.
Nah, 2024.
Nash, a sense of like, just like solace has come over you. You have not been struck by lightning. You are drenched. You are pissed. You are angry. But you're an outdoorsman. You grew up. You have made tricks like this, going from Savannah back to your tribe, back to Savannah. These kind of long-winded journeys are kind of normal for you. You're almost in your element climbing up this mountain. You seem to be taking this on fine. Cherry, a very similar, not necessarily accustomed to the mountainous terrain. You've been sludging through swamps your entire life. You know, being wet, being uncomfortable, and being pissed off is kind of your default. So, once again, you seem to be fine. Vaughn and Steven. Steven, you begin making your way up, and then you hear Cherry call out for you. It's like a scream, and then almost like you hear Cherry yell, "Ah!" Like it sounds like she's like falling down the mountain. As you turn, where you heard the voice come from, there's nothing there, and Cherry is like further ahead of you. So like you turn back to think where Cherry was, nothing's there, and you look up and Cherry's ahead of you. Vaughn, you hear a voice once again, similar as if Nash was falling behind. A shriek as if he's like rolled his ankle, like, "Oh fuck!" And then like that distant echo as he begins falling down the mountain. You look back reflectively to go grab him, and then you realize there's nothing there. Both of you I need to make everyone once again roll their D100. Vaughn and Steven, I need you to roll 2 D100s, take the higher option.
35.
Oh
17.
no! No! I rolled too late. I saw everyone rolling low. I was like, no. No!
Now.
Steven and Nash, you guys like look behind you because you could have sworn you heard your compatriots falling, like desperately pleading for help as they fell behind you. You guys both like look back over your shoulders, and then realize that you both look at each other. It kind of with that recognition of like, did you just hear what I just heard? That kind of like you guys are looking at each other, like this serious moment before Cherry, steaming, it becomes tumbling between you guys as you guys are looking at each other. Cherry, you are struck directly with lightning for
What are these D100 rolls?
21 points
Oh
of
my
lightning
God.
damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me.
8.
You fall down the mountain, taking 3 points of bludgeoning damage, and to begin making your way back up the mountain, I need you to roll another D100.
Oh my god.
Man, when they said Appalachia was cursed, this is what they meant. They ain't talking about no skinwalkers. They're talking about the
Real.
white men.
Lightning strikes next to you. I've written here in my notes. Lightning strikes within 10 feet of a party member. They take 2d6 lightning. It strikes. You are 10.1 feet away from this. Like, your eyebrow gets singed with, like, the sheer heat radiating, but you are not struck and you do not take damage. You guys, you reconvene with your party. The 2 members of the party who got metal placed into their armor are now singed and steaming from this downpour. But eventually you guys make your way, like I said, this like thick layer of cloud that seems to be kind of covering the top of this mountain. You guys breach that. You are out of the rain, you are out of the thunderstorm, and you guys are at the peak of this smaller mountain near the tail end of this ridge. You guys breach that cloud. And above you, you can see where the normal cloud line would begin. Like, this is supernaturally low to the ground where this cloud line begins. But you breach it, and you guys are now atop a beautiful sunny peak. Barely a cloud in the sky, beautiful blue sky above you guys. You guys begin making your way further up. As you guys continue, the steepness kind of plateaus until you guys are just kind of like walking steadily across this mountain range.
All right, the hell journey.
Mm-hmm.
Steven, you alright?
Mm-hmm.
You
I'm real mad. I'm gonna kill this bird.
I mean, I want to say to y'all, like, oh, I'm sorry that you got struck by lightning, but
Nice.
Nah.
Nice.
I done said.
Nice.
So I'm going to say now that I done said before.
I know. The gall this bird has to strike me with lightning twice.
Speaking of which, Steven, did you hear like Nash call out to you while we were climbing?
Nash, no, I heard Cherry. Cherry was like, "Oh, I wrote about anchor."
I didn't hear that one.
No.
Yeah, I looked
That's
back
weird.
up and you were ahead of me, so I was like, "That don't make no sense." And then he fell down, and I was like, "Huh."
That was a
Maybe it's one of those
premonition.
weird optical illusions.
That
Those
had a
damn
premonition.
skinwalkers.
Mhm.
Well, I guess ain't nothing left to do but do it.
Mm-hmm. And Steven's at the front of the pack. There's still steam coming off of him. He's just walking with conviction.
Awesome. Yeah, you guys begin making your way. As I said before, the mountain ridges begin to steadily plateau. The steep section of the climb is over. However, the tops of these mountains are jagged and rocky, but there does seem to be natural paths continuing further down the ridgeline. Although they're no longer steep and a difficult climb, they run parallel to just sheer drops down the mountain. Off to the side, as this ridgeline begins to curve, you can see further on one of the higher peaks that, as mentioned before, this large red oak tree has begun growing out of the side. And then there, now that you're much closer, you can fully appreciate the size of this giant nest that is being built into the side of this mountain. As you guys begin to approach, traveling down these sheer drops, down these kind of natural built paths up to the further section of this mountain ridge, you can see that the path kind of leads you to like a hill that kind of overlooks where this. So like the path down the mountain comes to this higher section, and then a few levels of like rock lower is where the tree is growing out. So you guys are naturally led to this kind of vantage point overlooking the nest. And as you guys approach, there's nothing inside apart from a handful of giant, probably, I was going to say toddler, but bigger than a toddler, like child-sized eggs.
There might be children in these eggs.
Mm-hmm.
Could be breakfast in one of them eggs.
I
Yeah,
think
I
it-
mean,
We're making a lot of burritos, so we're
Mm-hmm.
running low on stock. It can go pretty far.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can grab. How many eggs are there?
3.
Yeah, if we can grab them and maybe eat a couple and keep another one and kind of like display it for like, a hunt. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And Steven's going to be on the lookout for where the mother is.
Alright, make me a perception check, please.
Mm-hmm. 13.
Apart, you look out over the clear skies and nothing. You feel confident because, like I said, it's like there's barely a cloud in the sky. You are looking over off to this like mountain view that just like leads down, and you cut like clear for miles in terms of like perception. You're confident that.
Well, anybody else see the birth giver of those eggs?
Vaughn's gonna aim down sights, kind of look on the horizon, kind of like look in the clouds underneath us, see if there's any kind of like shadows he can discern from below.
Alright. I'll make another perception check.
24.
24. You begin scanning. Stephen, you look over the, like I said before, the kind of just view, and it's kind of breathtaking. The New Yerra wilderness is truly a thing of beauty when you're like just stand back and appreciate it. That's what you perceive. You're kind of taken aback, and your mind kind of travels. Vaughn, you walk up beside him, seeing that Stephen isn't really like looking for monsters, but instead like appreciating it, and you open your scope and you look down, and just as you mentioned, there seems to be a shadow that moves between underneath, almost like the silhouette of like a great white when you're looking down through the water, except its wingspan is enormous, and it kind of like ducks and it lowers, and like the higher it gets to the cloud line, you can see a more clear silhouette, but then it ducks back down until eventually it ducks fully down out of your view where you can no longer see a silhouette. And that panic begins to sit in. To use a similar metaphor, like you are sitting in a kayak and you have seen the silhouette of a shark disappear, until eventually it breaches the cloud, and this gargantuan eagle, thick feathered, it almost looks kind of fluffy with like how many feathers, like an owl level of like its plume around its neck, and it breaches up. It blocks the sun when it breaches and screams down. The scream is deafening as it then begins to lower its wings and then go into a dive directly for you guys. I need everyone to roll initiative.
It
Before you do,
begins.
I need to put you on the right layer.
Were we in the nest or?
No,
Just
you
not-
guys would be pretty much anywhere on this grassy plateau. This is kind of where the path naturally led you out to, but you're welcome to be down on that lower ledge if you wish.
Okay, I'll say I was right there because
I feel like I was looking at the eggs.
Steven probably would have been next to Vaughn.
As Vaughn looks down, he's just like, Captain, look!
Oh my god.
All right, Cherry, can I get a roll from you, please?
Yes. This song sounds like the fucking, was it 28 Days Later? It's a 8.
That being said, we're going to. Right, starting off, I'm pretty confident the bird goes below you, Nash, even with a similar. What's your dexterity?
+3, 16.
But yeah, you are more dexterous than this giant eagle, if it is
Hell yeah.
possible to believe. Starting off with the 23, Stephen. As I said before, you were appreciating the beauty of this kind of skyline before it immediately all goes dark as a silhouette of an eagle appears in front of you and begins beelining it towards you. And just before this initiative kicks off, I think we're going to have a break here and we will pick back up with the action. We'll go see you in 10-15 minutes.
All right.
Nice.
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back. Getting straight into things, as this giant eagle breaches the cloud line below, spreads its wings full eagle style, and begins beelining it towards Stephen. You're up, Stephen. What are you doing?
I am going to start off and cast Enlarge on myself. So I double in size in all dimensions uh, and increase one category size.
We now have large Stephen.
And I deal an extra d4 damage.
Nice. As you grow inside this gravelly cliff face, you see it begins to chip off under the now doubled weight of your new enlarged body, and these small chunks of rock and gravel begin plummeting down below the cloud line underneath you. All right, is that your turn?
Yep, I believe that will be my turn.
Next up, that's Nash.
All right. I've been ready for this. I knew this burp was coming, and we're gonna be dealing with this shit. I ain't letting it pick me up and drop me. That just simply ain't gonna happen. So my first order action is I'm gonna pull out a rope, and I'm gonna tie it, hop down on this tree, and I'm gonna tie it around the branch and my ankle, respectively.
Interesting. All right. Make a sleight of hand or dex, whichever one you'd prefer, to see how solid of a knot. Not going to be too high in terms of DC, so just don't colossally fuck it up.
Sleight of hand, let's go. Come on, your life is right on this, Nash. All right. 16.
16, like I said, wasn't too high of a DC. You feel that the rope tightens around your ankle, and you feel confident that it is securely fastened on this branch, and you feel like if this tree can sustain the weight of this giant eagle as well as its nest, then you falling off would be of no issue in terms of it snapping. So you are confident that you are not going anywhere. That would be your action.
Would like to also specify it's like not a full 50 feet of length. It's like double, tripled up, so I can only fall like 15 feet.
All right, sweet, easily done.
That action, I don't know. I feel like I tied 2 knots. I feel like I got enough out of this turn. That feels weird. I'm gonna end it there.
All right, jumping down, precariously balancing on this gnarled root of this red oak that is slipping into the hardened rock of this mountain face. You fasten yourself. With that being said, it is now the giant eagle's turn, as it is going to fly directly towards you, Stephen. It is going to going to use its multi-attack. First things first, it's going to use Frightful Presence. And need everyone within 120 feet, which I don't think this map is even more than 120 feet, to make a wisdom saving throw.
Get your fucking kaiju ass fucking ability out of here.
Oh, shit.
I think everyone's gets a +2. A wisdom, you said?
Wisdom, yes.
The +2, that's a 9.
22.
Wow, everyone rolling amazing for their wisdom saving throws. It lets out this deafening bellow, this this screech that a regular screech of an eagle, but it's like 5 octaves lower with the size, and that scrambles the inside of your head. Everyone seems to, Stephen, Sherry, and Vaughn, you guys have the reserve of monster hunters. You guys have all, in one way or another, been doing this since you were very young. Nash, you shit your pants on this tree. It's coming in so quick and so intensely. As soon as you finish fastening that rope, you look up and just your stomach drops. You are frightened for 1 minute. You can.
Goddamn sense.
You'll be able to remake the save at the end of your turn. Everyone else is now immune to that ability.
Y'all look real calm up there.
Yeah, it's like this dramatic shot of like Steven and like everyone's doing that face from like Baldur's Gate, like the and there's just like a shriek from Nash behind you guys. Be like, God damn it!
I was just tying his fucking leg to a tree so he don't get dropped.
Alright, that was the first part of its multi-attack. The second part is it makes 3 attacks, one with its beak, 2 with its claws, and these will all
God
be
damn.
aimed at you, Steven.
Okay.
So first things first is a beak attack. That is a 30 to hit.
You
I
mind
like the way
running
you
that
said
one
that.
by me again?
I like the way
that's
you said that. That feels
It's a
good
30
to
to
me.
hit.
That'll hit.
Alright. That is 16 points of what does a beak do? Piercing damage.
Okay. Minus 30. Well, how did it get a 30?
A DM after my own heart.
Alright, I'm ready for the next attack.
Alright, let's attack.
That's a 40
There's
to
a-
hit.
Natural 1 on the die, so it comes in, as I said, it kind of condenses his body to get as much speed as possible, and it almost javelins you. The bigger you are, the bigger the target. Its beak hits center mass. It strikes you in the chest, it goes deep. With your mountain giant hands, you seem to grab it on either side of its head, and kind of like pull it out of your stomach. One of the claws, as it's going away, kind of lashes out wildly, barely scrapes your chest, and the second claw does a 28 hit.
A 28. I will. Dude, I can't. Yeah, that 28 hits.
Alright, that is 14 points of piercing damage as the gnarled claws of this talon pierces your chest as you like throw it off you. The beak hits first, the second claw goes wild, but the final one strikes true, and as you throw it off you, it kind of like twirls before its wings spread back out and it kind of balances itself back on the wind.
I'm gonna need it to start rolling a little bit lower, okay?
Alright, next up, that's Vaughn.
Okay, so since it's my first turn, my Dread Ambusher is up and at him, so I get an additional 10 feet of movement. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. If I move one more, I imagine I can still see it, right? It's
Where did you
massive.
start your turn, sorry?
Right
Yeah.
below Steven.
It gets attack of opportunity with its beak as you
Oh,
leave
boy.
its 10-foot range. That is 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
The
I'm
beak.
also gonna use my Sentinel feat to attack it as well.
Nice. All right.
Yeah.
So Vaughn, sorry, that is 12 points of piercing damage. As you turn your back, you feel this massive beak pierce you and like kind of pinch a nerve in the back of your neck as you stumble forward and out of its range, making your way outside. Steven, let's see that attack.
18 to hit.
18 just hits it. You feel like what would be a surefire hit on any other creature, you realize with how thick and like fluffy these feathers are, not as much of that whip actually caught skin and flesh as you assumed it would, but it does hit. Let's roll damage.
And this will be let me make sure actually the wording on my night thing.
All right.
To make sure I can do this with a kind of attack. Okay, no, it won't be booming. It'll just be a normal whip attack. It does get an extra D4 though. 1, 4. So 19 points of damage. 6 of those being
Nice.
poison.
Awesome, yeah. The poison seems to be as effective as ever. Yeah, like I said, it like kind of cuts through. It's like I'm not good on bird terminology. It's plume. That's the word I'm going to use. Like where its chest would be, and you can see as the whip kind of like cuts through, most of the feathers kind of like pull apart, and then a smaller scratch forms across its chest, and you notice that it has such a much more slim build under its kind of bulky appearance. Um, Now, that being said, back to Vaughn.
If I take a step to the left, am I still going to be able to see it? I imagine because it's so massive in size.
From here, yeah, you're
Yes.
good. You're good.
All right, I will take an additional step, and I'm going to take a shot at it.
All right, let's roll a hit.
Bam! 26 to hit.
26 definitely hits.
All right, so that's 9 piercing. I am going to go ahead and mark it as my favorite foe. So 8. Da-da. So that is 20 points of damage. And with
Nice.
my Dread Ambusher, I get an additional attack on my first turn.
Let's get it.
26 again.
That definitely hits.
Okay. And, da-da, da-da. And then I get an additional D8 on my Dread Ambusher attack. So that's 28 points of damage in total.
Nice.
And then bonus action hide.
Yeah, that larger rock that you see directly above you, hit 24. You let 2 shots rip from your sniper rifle. You're a crack shot, but you're running behind you and you shoot. Both these shots do a lot of damage, and they seem to hit like the winged areas, right? Because of just how large this wingspan is, it's almost impossible not to hit it. So you fire off, and as you see it, like definitely takes that damage, but seems nearly unfazed. Like you're like fuck, and you dive behind that rock just to get some cover. Vaughn, is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Next up, we have Cherry.
All right. How steep is this climb here? Right here?
That's about this first layer here is about 15 feet up, and then this top layer is about 30 feet up.
Okay. So not an easy climb.
It would be I would need an athletics check for you to get up there.
Athletics or an action? Or both?
You know what? Let me say athletics check.
Okay, well,
Just
first
athletics.
things first. I'm gonna get here. Bonus action, Vow of Enmity. On the bird. And then I will fire my shotty twice.
Alright, let's see it.
22 and 21.
Both those hit.
Shebang, 14 and 13.
For a total of 27. Awesome.
Okay.
And what's next?
I'm gonna try to climb this to get up here.
Alright, let me see that athletics check. I'm gonna say DC 15. For how many feet you're going up. Coincidence?
Oh.
Boom, easily enough. Yeah, you let 2 shots fire. They rip through the feathers. It's almost like a comedic level of like the feathers kind of fly off in like a poof as you like let rip the shotgun, and then you curve around the behind of Giant Steven, and you kind of jump and muscle up on top of to this upper level. Feel free to place yourself right here.
Right here. All right. Was that like extra movement or anything?
It would be like however much to like 20 feet here. Did you move 10 feet to get here?
Yeah.
Alright, so I'd say that's kind of where you are for the meantime.
Okay. That's my turn.
That's your turn. Next up, Giant Steven. How we doing?
All right. Steven is going to use his action to whip Kane, and this one's going to be a booming blade. In the arms of an angel. That one's
You
gonna
let out
miss.
a wild shot, and it kind of like throws its wings forward, creating distance between you, and it moves out of the range of the whip, and you feel a concussive force of wind kind of nearly throw you off your feet as it dodges out of the way.
All right, the second attack will be a 23 to hit.
Now that will hit.
So, and then the extra from the enlarge. Oh, not E. That's
24.
24 points of damage. Steven is also going to go ahead and action surge because it's the heat of the moment.
All right, let's get it.
And this one is also going to be a booming blade attack.
Nice.
This is the first attack of this chain. So that'll hit. That's a nat 22. Oh
Let's
my god.
go.
So that's 2d8 for booming blade. D8 and 2d4 for enlarge. D4. Okay, so
All right, give me a total.
oh my god, I got some math to do. Hold on, it's a lot.
I also don't have
see.
music. I don't know if I'm the only one throwing that out there.
I
Math is
also don't
happening.
have music.
58 damage, GC man.
It's 58 damage.
I have turned the music on and off like 5 times. We're back now?
I got it now. Yeah.
Alright, perfect. We're gonna swap over to the action playlist. Do we still have it?
Yep.
Yes.
Alright. So what was that? 58 points of damage?
Yes. In
Right.
total. And then the second attack, it's also now radiating booming energy. The second attack will miss.
Alright. You start lashing into this thing. Some of the attacks missing, some of them landing. And with that natural 20, you crack down. It's not like a full follow through. It's like a traditional whip shot where you crack it. And the velocity as it swings, it hits center mass with the shotgun shells, the sniper rounds, and now with this barrage of whip attacks. Slowly, these feathers, like this thicker body, has been chipped away until with this final whip, it hits its center mass, and then electricity begins to crackle out from where you hit it. Whatever plumes of feathers are remaining when you hit it gets fried, singed, and begins falling off it as a slimmer build emerges from underneath it. Its eyes begin crackling with electricity. Ooh.
I will say, I don't know if it mattered before, but 12 of it was thunder damage.
I think, noted for the damage taken, it is resistant to thunder and lightning. However, you still did enough damage to trigger this cutscene, so
Gotcha.
we're good.
Okay.
This cutscene.
Yeah, the slimmer form emerges as, like I said, the feathers begin shedding off it, and electricity begins crackling out from its eyes, and then down its wings, down its talons, and it reveals this is not a giant eagle. I'm sure, as you guessed before, this is a thunderbird.
God damn it, Sam. It ain't supposed to literally be a thunderbird.
Shut up! Yes, it is. Steven, is that your turn?
That's, I believe, everything. Yeah, that'll be it.
Alright, next up, Nash, what are we doing?
Alright, saying that this thing is made out of lightning that done gone and struck Steven too many times before we got here. Seeing that it's piercing his ass with its fucking beak. Gotta get that shit away from Steven. So I'm gonna use my action. I'm gonna grab my ring of telekinesis. I'm gonna hold it up. And I'm gonna choose one of the eggs here in this nest. I'm gonna raise it and I'm gonna move it over here like it's about to drop and drop down. And hopefully Mama notices that the egg is fallen from the nest. I still have control, but it looks like it's fallen over.
Interesting. How am I going to rule this? Because this is a wild animal. And wild animals aren't the best parents.
I might just piss it off more. This is gonna go one of two ways.
Oh yeah. No, it like you see it, it almost catches his eye, but if you could like read eagle facial expressions, it's like I got two left, it's fine. Like it's it's about probability, and it's like, you know, we're still on the positive here. So it the egg begins to teeter over, and you know what? Just for the creativity, I'm gonna say in that momentary, like as it glances distraction, next shot against it has advantage. However, it doesn't seem to immediately be going to tend to that egg situation, but it does seem
bad
momentarily.
parent. It's a bad parent. Take it down. It's a bad parent. And as I say that, I'm giving Steven Bardic.
Nice.
That's my action, bonus action. Yeah, that's me.
Next up, Vaughn. First shot is with advantage.
This is unfortunate because I would have had advantage anyway, but that's okay. Bam!
Well,
28.
Wouldn't it go first? Wasn't it an 18? It went after Nash.
Yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
you
Oh my
got the
god,
tracker.
I deleted. Yep. All right.
No,
You know,
that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Nope. It very much still has a turn.
Also, doesn't Nash get to reroll for fear?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. What is it? Wisdom save?
Wisdom saves, please.
You got this.
I do have this.
Nice.
I no longer afraid of it now that I realize it's a bad parent. I just simply want it gone.
Yeah. You have the moral high ground on
Exactly.
this thing, therefore you are no longer afraid of it. Makes
Absolutely
sense.
correct.
It is now this turn with this electricity, this lightning crackling from the edges of this bird. Seeing that it doesn't need to move, it will line up where it is and release a I was gonna say thunderous, but I suppose it is a thunderous beam, a bolt of lightning as it rips through you, Stephen, and it comes out the other side and hits Vaughn as well. Everyone in this, in this line, I need. Where is it? Sorry, down on my phone. Lightning bolt, a dexterity saving throw.
+2, Steven.
The cover wouldn't help me.
I got a 20.
19.
All right,
You got
both
a
of you
21.
save. 21.
Oh.
Are you within range of?
No.
I don't think
No,
so.
I'm not.
Okay.
19, okay.
Let's see, a 19 saves regardless. How many is this? That's not correct. One of these isn't a fucking. Yep, that one's a D8. Bear with me for just uno momento, por favor. 12, 20, 30, 38.
Oh my god.
$48, 58, 66.
Jesus Christ.
66. Fucking good. I need a beautiful mind moment. 66. 75. Halved to. 37. Both of you take 37 points of lightning damage.
I'm down.
Oh.
I believe Vaughn, Nash, especially Cherry, I think you would also know this given your half-elven heritage. The natives believe this to be the god of the lightning and thunder, so you can see why.
Yeah.
This is the native's Thor. You know what I mean? Like, it's its turn. I think it's going to fly here as well. It's going to kind of curve around.
Okay, it does take 2d8 thunder damage.
Alright. 2d8 thunder.
So it takes two thunder damage.
Every little bit counts. Alright. That is the bird's turn. Now, Nash.
Well, it was Nash and then the
It was
bird.
me, then the bird before. So I went in.
JK.
How's Vaughn?
Vaughn,
Yeah.
you're up.
Yeah, let me do that thing for you. We'll see if it actually does it private or not.
It did not do it.
That doesn't look private.
Nope. I don't know what it is. In here.
That's so fucking delicious. Alright, well that's a success. Next up we got Cherry.
I'm gonna Misty Step over here,
Nice.
and then I'm going to I'm gonna shoot it
Makes sense.
twice.
Daring today, are we?
Yeah. Let's fix that. Doo-doo-doo. Hey, it's a 30 to hit and a 27.
Okay.
Bang. Let's see. 10. And the second one's 12. And I'll Divine Smite the second one with a second level
Sheesh.
for 3d8. Do-do-do-do. Another 15 radiant.
Alright. Is that your turn?
So there's some like tree. Are these trees or these bushes? What's going on here?
Those would be trees. The lighter ones, trees. The darker ones, bushes.
Alright, well, could I like get like here and kind of use this as like a little bit of cover?
Sure thing.
Alright. That's my turn.
Alright.
Also, need to make
A
a
what was that,
con
Steven?
save. I need to make a con save for the damage.
Gotcha.
I've not been doing that for enlarge. So, what's the DC on the con saves?
I think it depends on the damage, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it was 40. How much did I take? 37 damage.
So divided by
37.
2, I think.
So 50, like 18. So that would be a fail.
Yeah. Yep. I'm back to normal, Steven.
Alright.
Dude, these saves, I have such good bonuses on them too. I've just been rolling so low for the saves today.
Alright. At the end of its at the end of Cherry's turn, it's going to use its legendary action to beat its wings essentially, and you know that kind of cacophony of wind you felt when it kind of like pushed back to get away from your whip. It is now using that same technique, but like focusing it directly at you. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Okay. 21.
21. Wow. All right, yeah, it beats its wings, but Stephen, despite no longer being large, Stephen, your right foot stabilizes it down to the dirt. You dig in your heels, and this cacophony of wind blows over, but you do not move. It can then move up to half of its speed away. So it will move over here.
Does it provoke opportunity attack?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so I will attack it, and I do have Sentinel, so if I hit it, it doesn't go anywhere.
Ooh.
That is, I will use my inspiration. 1d8. It's a d8 still, right?
Yes.
All right.
So 19. That hits.
19 hits. Yep.
So that's 8 slashing and 5 poison, and it moves back to where it was.
Slashing 5 poison. That is 13 in total. All right. Next up, that's Cherry. Oh, after
Nope.
Cherry's turn, moved out. Okay. After that reaction attack, Stephen, back to your turn.
All right. I will use my action. Yeah, I will use my action to go ahead and make 2 more whip cane attacks. First one, miss. That was the booming blade, of course. Second one, that's
There we
another nat
go.
20. And I will use a thunderous smite on that.
All right.
So that'll be 46. 46. And then it needs to make a strength saving throw. Or it's knocked prone.
Let's make a strength saving throw.
Yeah, 13
All right.
is the save. Did it fail?
Yeah, it fell by 1.
It's knocked prone, so it starts falling.
Now the question is,
Okay. You strike it, you clip one of its wings, and it falls, hits the edge of the cliff face, and I looked at it, more of it's off than on, so its talons land, raking off large chunks of dirt and rock as it then begins falling backwards. Is that you, Stephen?
I will then use my. How close is Vaughn? Yeah. I will use my bonus action to cast Healing Word on Vaughn.
Nice.
4. It's what Stephen would do.
Nice, max
So
healing.
you get 9 HP back, Vaughn.
thank you.
Steve, is at the end of your turn.
Yes, that will. No. Stephen's gonna back up. And that will end Stephen's turn.
Right. Next up, that's Nash.
All right, Nash can only move about 15 feet, and he's going to use that to crawl into the nest. And he's going to also bring the egg back into the nest with his action. He didn't actually want to break it as a waste of egg. It was just a bluff. So he does that. That's his action, movement, and then sees that Vaughn's already got back up. Y'all doing great. I'm going to give Steven another Bardic with my bonus action. And that's me.
All right. Next up is back to the Thunderbird. As it begins tumbling over, it begins falling, and then its wings spread out and flap, and it stabilizes itself. Stephen, you begin running further up this kind of mountain path, and you look over, and just as you saw it breach the cloud line, you see it breach back up over the cliff, and then begin gunning it straight towards you. It is going to make its way here.
Okay, well, hold on. As soon as it gets within melee range, I will use a sentinel and attack it.
All right, roll to hit.
I will use my inspiration again. That's 8. So it does hit. So its movement is 0 as soon as it gets there.
All right, boom. Once again, you clip it in the wing, and it kind of like stops in its tracks.
And it takes 20 points of damage.
Nice. Right, it is now stuck in place, however, despite not moving to where it wanted. 20, 10, 15. You see it. So this electricity has been crackling out of its eyes. But you see its beak. Actually, let me roll something. Alright. You see the electricity crackle in its eyes. It begins to dim. It begins to fade. But its beak opens, and not a screech, not a caw, not even a bird-like noise. Thunder, deafening thunder, as if you were in the pinnacle of a storm, cracks out from its beak. I need Steven, I need Vaughn, and I need Nash, all to make me strength saving throws, please.
Oh
Dude,
boy, I'm not good at this.
Cherry's in the bush like the Homer Simpson gift.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Wait, that's not right.
Oh, we got.
Why is it saying a +0? It's a +6.
Hey,
It
I
says
got
a +6.
+6 on mine. You rolled you got 4 plus.
Okay. No, I see what happened.
Just put
God
more-
dang it.
I just put more points into strength, and it's not did not help.
Alright, everyone fails. Nash, how far back do you guys get pushed? 30 feet away from the Thunderbird. Nash, you get yanked back, but from where you've fastened yourself with the tree, the furthest you can get is out of here. You know what? That's teetering on the edge. Make me a dexterity saving throw for me.
Can do. I'm all right at these. Come on. 18.
You get pushed back and you feel like you're gonna go ass over tea kettle off the cliff, off the nest. Your spine gets whipped back as the rope goes taut. You swing with the sheer momentum around the side. Your feet hit the back of the nest. You feel like you're gonna teeter over before you manage to throw your momentum forward and then land, remaining in the nest. Steven, Vaughn, you're going off the map. I'm gonna put you here. You are off the cliff. There's nothing below your feet. You're about to plummet. And Steven, I'm gonna put you here. Both of you plummeting. That is its turn. Next up, Vaughn.
Alright, as I'm falling, I'm gonna activate my boots. And I start flying. And I'm immediately gonna start. How far away am I from Steven? I know I'm off the map, but about how far would I be?
Both of you are actually one back from where you are, so you're about from here, 30 feet. If you want to get next to him, it's gonna be exactly 30 feet.
All right, perfect. I will do that. I'll move 30 feet to him, and I'll grab onto him before he can fall.
All right, nice.
And
You fly.
Thank you.
Steven, you get pushed off in an arc, right? You go, and as you feel like the momentum pushing you outwards begin to fade, and gravity and the momentum pushing you downwards about to begin, you feel hands grip your armored kind of vest as you look up, and Vaughn is like, Vaughn, what's your strength score? I don't imagine you're not an incredibly buff man, are you?
No, 11.
No, so you look up and you see Vaughn struggling, and you look down further and you see the wings on his shoes really struggling. Whilst carrying another person, I'm gonna apply the same rules as dragging someone. You will be at a halved movement.
Okay, that's fine.
Vaughn, is at the end of your turn.
Did that use my action to grab Steven?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, then bonus action, I'm going to dash and I'm going to bring Steven.
You are-
That's 10.
Yep.
And then 20. And that's as far as I can get, correct?
Correct. So Stephen would be here. You guys are like just off the precipice of the cliff.
Yeah, so I'm just slowly dragging Steven back to the safety.
Nice.
And yeah, that'll be it.
Awesome. Did you post Rodan's theme?
You're damn right I did.
Yeah, Rodan, you're fine for Molly. It's like, father. Next up, we're going to go to Cherry.
All right. I'm just gonna take a step forward. I'm seeing all this stuff happen. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy. And then I'm gonna
Vaughn and Steven are just like crippled in the
Right.
air.
That's wild. Won't catch me lacking like that. I'm gonna fire twice. That's 27 and a 23.
Both hit.
And I'm gonna first level divine smite all of these. Let me mark it off. Okay. Shebang, and then I'll just roll the smite all at the same time. So it's gonna be 4d8. Bang, 24. What is that? 38 plus 15.
I just did the 24. Alright. Yeah, 2 more shotgun shells rip through this thing. It is beginning to look rough. Alright, Cher, is that your turn?
I'm just gonna take another step back, and that's my turn.
Alright. Next up, that is Steven.
Can Steven attempt to jump back onto land? Or no?
Here's what I'm going to propose. You are actively choosing to leave the safety of Vaughn's grasp.
Mhm.
An athletics check will be required. On a success, you will be able to find purchase on the cliff and continue your turn as normal. On a failure, you will be falling again.
Oh,
So I don't know. You have a gun. You have a gun. You don't have to do it.
I have a very
Do
bad
it.
gun.
It's just a
Do it.
turn. It's a turn. Don't do it.
Do it.
Keep in mind, if it knocks Vaughn out, both of us will go.
Will both of us fall if I fail this?
No, I think what Raider's saying is if Raider gets down because he's on minimal HP, both of you are falling anyway, I think is what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Also, can I say
true.
something really funny? Quai's on this shoulder on my screen, Clay's on this side, you're wearing red and blue. You really do look like the angel and devil on a DM's shoulders right now.
I am going to make the check and attempt the jump.
Alright, I have a DC set in my...
Nope.
May-
Nope, I rolled that one.
May I propose that since Vaughn is holding, that it might be with advantage?
Any advantage that I would give you, I would say has disadvantage because he's jumping off nothing. There's no propel point. Steven's
Yep.
literally like... You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I have a plan for this.
Okay.
Since it didn't work, I am going to go ahead and cast web and web myself. One because I can pick between 2 points.
Okay.
And so, let me see exactly. 1 point for the duration. So yeah, two points within 20 feet. So, Steven, I will attach myself to here using web.
Okay, you jump and your feet don't make the landing point. You feel like your feet hit the edge, the rocks give way, your chin cracks the top of the stone, but your chin almost acting like a hook cements yourself there quick enough for you to see that point ahead of you. You cast web, and literally Spider-Man, like you attach it to yourself, and then you attach it to the point there. You are not on this cliff. You are
Correct.
still
Yes.
legs dangling. However, you're here, like where the cliff is, and you're not falling any further. Amazing play. Is that your turn?
I I'm going to use my movement to climb back up.
Aren't you?
Right.
Do you have movement if you're in the web?
I
Question
believe
mark?
it's considered difficult terrain if not, because you're not restrained.
Yeah, I'm not restrained by it. I do have to. It is difficult terrain to move through it though.
Okay. I was just checking.
Alright. I will say difficult terrain, plus how I'm gonna say you can use all of your movement to get one square ahead of you, and you are no longer at risk of falling.
Yep, that's all I wanted.
Awesome. Now, is that your turn?
Yes, that will be my turn. Actually,
Alright.
never mind. Hold on. I'm
holding.
I have a potion. I need health. That's much needed. A much needed 24 health. That will be my turn.
Awesome. Next up, that will be Nash. What are we doing?
All right. This ain't no god. It's too bad of a parent to be any real god. So I'm going to step off the edge, kind of get nestled up here in the crook, in case the wind starts blowing me again. I'm going to look behind me, see that they did not die, see that Steven webbed himself, kind of point to my head like that, like, yep, good choice. And as I'm looking at them, it's still like raining and shit too, right? Like it's really stormy out.
No, you guys have breached that supernatural layer of cloud, and you're now in like a beautiful sunny sky.
Alright. Well then, I'm just gonna try to calm myself in this situation, start humming a tune about the nice sunshiny day we got here above the mountaintop. I'm going to use my Mantle of Inspiration to give everyone 8 temp HP.
Is there a range, or is it just people you can see?
There is a range within 60 feet, so I think you still are good. You can measure that if you want, though.
Yeah.
What was it? I'm on a
It's
different
60.
tab.
Right at 60.
Exactly 60. Hell yeah. So y'all get 8 temp HP, and you can use your reaction to move up to your movement if you so desire.
Fucking moving. 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm going to fly 10 feet down.
Kind of
Sure.
blocking its vision from you? Alright.
Yes.
Blocking, its vision from you. I said that correct. Nice.
And while we're on the subject of block and vision, I'm going to go ahead and also cast blindness on the bird here.
Interesting. Alright, what save am I rolling?
That is con 16.
Alright.
I am gonna go ahead and stay there.
Is it a 6 or a 9? What is it?
That is... I'll do it. It's mad. That is a 13. That fails.
All right, it can no longer see.
Alright.
Wasn't watching after its children, so it doesn't deserve to watch anything. That's my turn. It gets to make another save at the end of each of its turns.
The end of each of its turns. Interesting. Alright, it is going to, just instinctually... It knows the area where you guys were. It is going to fly here, and this is... You know what?
Is that? Oh, okay.
I was gonna say, this is an intelligent creature. It isn't. But what it is desperate. What it does completely depends on what this dice rolls. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. It didn't get its thunderclap back, which is the propel everyone. What it did get back is its lightning breath. I need someone to roll me a D100.
I got this.
Before you roll, on a 0 to, I'm gonna say, 0 to 70, it hits nothing. On a 71 to 80, it hits Steven. From an 81 to a 90, it hits Vaughn. From a 91 to 100, it hits Nash.
All right.
Even if I'm 10 feet down, just okay. It's fine. Don't worry about
Doesn't
it.
matter.
Alright. This lightning propels forward from it. Vaughn, you begin lowering and you see this bolt strike over your head. It chips rock and it goes flying, but it misses everyone. It is now going to make that DC 16 con save at the end of its turn. That is a 27.
Oh.
Its eyes come back, the electricity beginning to dim as all of its energy was output through its lightning bolt. It begins to kind of level itself out, and unfortunately, that's its turn. Vaughn, you're up.
All right. So currently 10 feet below the surface level of the peak. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I'm gonna go 5 feet up. So 1 second. Okay, and I'm directly under the nest. Bonus action, I'm gonna dash. Well, actually, before I bonus action, I'm gonna take a shot at it from my current position.
Nice.
And since it's blind, I get advantage on this, right?
It is no longer blinded.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's
Sorry.
saved at the end of its turn.
Gotcha.
You don't need it. Why? Why did you ask when you know you don't need it?
Listen.
23 hits.
Okay, so that's 10 points of piercing, and I don't get sneak attack, but I do get an additional 1 for my favorite foe.
Nice.
All right, and then bonus action dash. 5. And then I'll fly up a little bit more to where I'm directly under the nest.
Alright, yeah, it's hitting your head. You are like pretty much on the ceiling of underneath this.
And Vaughn's gonna kind of like peek through all the shrubbery and be like, Nash, I'm right here.
How did you get in here?
And that'll be it.
Nash, you look at this egg and you could swear that somehow this creature has teleported Vaughn inside one of its eggs. Vaughn, is that your turn?
Yes, that is my turn.
Awesome. Next up, Cherry.
All right. I'm gonna square up right here, and then I'm gonna fire at it twice with advantage. Shabang. 20
What
saving
advantage, Christian?
and what? Because I
What
I have a vow of enmity.
Sheesh, my bad. Just checking. 27, 26, both hit.
And this is gonna be double smite. Bang, 12, and this is 48, question mark. It is 48. 48. It's another 15.
Alright.
What was that, 34?
Awesome.
Is
What
this a
damage
tree?
does your smite do? That is a bush.
It should be radiant damage.
Yeah, it's radiant, but it's like lightning radiant.
Okay. Yeah, it takes that full 15 points of damage as you are shredding. There seems to be holes appearing in this in its wings. You can see as patches of these feathers begin to fall off this that taut skin. I don't know. Birds have like skin in their wings, kind
Yes,
of.
there's a membrane there. Yes.
There's a little something or something. The holes begin to be appearing and ripping through that. Its wings, its feathers drenched in its own blood. Jerry, is that your turn?
Is this a bush or a tree?
That is a bush.
Okay. I'm gonna chill right here.
All right.
Or how hurt does Steven look? Has he fucked up? Is he battered and bruised or?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steven's not looking good.
All right. Well, okay. When Cherry shot at this thing, she's gonna screech at it, try and intimidate it in bird language.
Roll an intimidation check with disadvantage.
Intimidation?
Yes.
I mean, she's mostly trying to get it to attack her.
Sure.
Hey, it's a 9.
Yeah. You, the bird like claws back, and you like right back at it. It seems off-put, but not necessarily intimidated. Is that your turn?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Harry
Alright,
just called
next
it
up.
slur in bird language.
She sure did. She
It's
called
like
it
eyebrow raises.
a bird Yankee.
Next up, that is Steven. What are we doing?
All right. I'm going to move. I'm going to move here and take 2 attacks with the whip cane. First one is going to be booming. 17 doesn't hit, does it?
17 does not, unfortunately.
Yep. Okay. Second attack.
Jesus
That's a
Christ!
nat 20.
That does.
This is divine intervention for getting struck by lightning on the way up.
Steve has been struck by lightning 3 times today.
And you got 3 nat 20s, perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Okay,
Nice.
so that is and is there anything else to add to that? I don't think so. So that is 13 slashing and 22 poison.
13 slashing and 22 poison. How do you want to do this?
Oh, thank God.
Steven is going to basically swing his whip and then crack shot it directly through the heart of this bird.
Nice. Absolutely opposed to these like I was gonna say wild slashes, but they look wild to an untrained eye, but in your hand these are precise. Opposed to those kind of slashes, like you said, you kind of coil it. Instead of kind of with a roundhouse, yours is precise. In a precision shot, you flick it out. The blade extends so straight that it's almost a sword. When it aligns itself and you pierce it straight through the heart. With a crackle of electricity, you could feel sparks traveling down the serrated blades of your whip. And it doesn't cause any damage, but you can feel the heat in your hand as coming out from its back where its heart would be. Almost 100 tiny lightning bolts spill out as if blood would be gushing, but instead it's just pure electricity. And after that initial burst, you see the electricity covering this thing's body dim down and die before it falls down and cracks itself on the rocks, positioned perfectly to land and not fall off the cliff. That being said, we're now out of initiative.
Through the bottom of the nest, Vaughn just climbs through it from the bottom.
You got a hand. Oh shit! How do you even get under there?
Flew.
Yeah,
rough.
fair enough. All right, well, we gotta get that down to the car somehow.
Should we just kind of like kick it down?
And get mangled. Well, part of it's we taken anyway. We gotta carry the eggs too.
This is gonna be a long day. But guys, we did it. First monster down.
And
And it was
the
a
easy one,
thunder.
we killed a thunder god. That was an easy start.
Yeah, piece of cake. Fuck.
Why y'all look so tired?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Doing great. You guys got walloped, you know what I'm saying?
I just
You
see
see,
like
like-
real casual.
You see, like, part of Vaughn's like sleeve is like burnt, and he's got one of those like natural like lightning strike tattoos that you get when you get struck by lightning.
They had a buff out, and you take a bath. That'll wash right off.
Eventually, yeah.
I
Out of
think-
curiosity, did the storm below dissipate once the bird died?
Yep, that unnatural layer of cloud that seems lower than natural, that is drenched and saturated with water, lightning, and thunder. When this creature dies, it begins to slowly lift. It doesn't disappear. It's not like comedically, like as soon as it died, it disappeared, but like it begins to thin out. And this once thick, balled together cloud begins to disperse into a low mist that kind of emanates throughout the cliffside.
You guys want? I can carry a couple of the eggs down while you guys deal with the body.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
First, oh, go ahead.
I was saying we can put it all in the nest, and I'm just gonna use this ring to carry the nest down.
Yeah, we can do that too.
There's a weight limit on telekinesis, I know for a fact.
It's 1,000 pounds.
You're
How
lying
much
to me.
how much these eggs weigh, Sam?
They're 1,000 pounds each.
Vaughn tries to carry one. Just
Okay, what the fuck?
There's 1,000 pounds legitimately though.
Sam's like, God damn it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
I'm looking at it.
It's right
What
here.
the fuck?
You gave me this.
Everyone, stop laughing at me. 1,000 pounds? What the fuck?
Who would have thought? It's
Okay,
1,000
hold on.
pounds.
There's a fucking. Let me get to the Forgotten Realms wiki. Okay. This is like a little behind the scenes demon for you. This creature is an amalgamation of a adult blue dragon and a rock. A rock's weight is 8,000 pounds. I will allow you to lower the nest and subsequent eggs. You cannot, for the life of you, lift the corpse
We don't
with.
need the whole thing though, right? We just need part of it, like a head or something.
You need a trophy to be able to be identified at the other end of the Great Hunt.
Yeah, so sashimi it.
Also, I imagine most of the feathers still have like electricity like running through them.
We have a feeling that these feathers seem to conduct electricity a bit more than usual, and a few of them still give you static shocks when you touch them.
Oh my god, wait. Wait, can you make like bows with this? Make lightning arrows. Bam, bam, boom. Like a proper native, you know what I'm saying?
I feel like that's racially
Yeah,
motivated.
I'm
but-
really racially charged, Cherry.
I am native.
What does a proper native mean though?
Well, we have a culture and we have weapons that we use. These guns are made by the colonizer.
You're not wrong about that, but I still wouldn't say a proper or improper. Everyone is free to live their life how they wish to, Cherry, within the confines
I'm
of making the
not
world a
even
better place.
saying that. I'm just saying, you
I'm
know?
not saying, you're implying.
we can try. I mean,
The first thing Steven's gonna do, he's gonna go to the bird, and then seeing the bird shoot out electricity as he, pierces through it, he's going to the vials that he pumps into his cane to cast spells. He's gonna fill one of those with the blood of the bird, and then pump the blood through his cane.
Interesting. Okay. Here. Get ready for impromptu monster biology with Sam. Make a nature check for me.
Yes. 19.
Nice. You have a feeling that as well as these feathers being more conductive than usual, so is its blood and like bodily fluids more than a typical liquid is. In this creature, you find that its blood is more conductive, as well as it has. You know how some snakes have like a venom gland?
Mm-hmm.
It has a similar gland of almost a saliva-like substance, and then on the other side has a gland that creates like a biological electric charge. And the way this lightning bolt works is it spits out that liquid in one sack and then lights it with the other sack, so that it's almost like a flamethrower, how it's like liquid, like a flammable liquid that gets lit on fire. It's almost like a beam of this saliva that gets electrified with so much charge that it turns into a lightning bolt. A similar effect could be used with a blood, but if you wanted something to fill vials with, you find that that sack would be the ideal place to get that kind of liquid. But additionally, you would need to outfit your whip with a spark or some kind of electrical charge that you currently don't have.
Cool. Absolutely. I will try to remove both glands as best as I can first. And then after both glands are out, then I will empty the gland, the saliva gland, into vial.
Nice. Make me 2 sleight of hand checks for me.
First one, second one, 14 and 17.
Okay. With a 14, that's the saliva gland that you go for first.
Mhm.
With a 17, you get the like electrical one out perfectly fine. It's you're feeling that once removed from the entirety of this thing's biology, it will no longer, like, you can't use it like a Flintstone. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just like pop it out. You could study it, perhaps, if any of you are like that scientifically inclined. Like, you could probably give it to Dr. Kirby if you ever come across him, and he could probably tell you how it works. In your hands, not much you could do with that, but it is perfectly preserved. With a 14, you begin to cut out the saliva gland, and you accidentally puncture it. Can you roll me 1d4 minus 1? That is the number of vials you can... once you realize that you're not actually going to be able to remove it, you remove the vials from your bag and time to collect.
1.
1 vial. So you have 1 charge of this thing. And by next session, I will give you the stats for that.
Vaughn's gonna grab as many feathers as he can, actually. Particularly the ones that don't look like they're overcharged.
Roll me a D100.
4.
You find 4 feathers.
All right. He's gonna take one of them and pocket it away, and he's gonna attempt with the other 3. He's later gonna attempt to try and make electric arrows out of it.
All right. That is... I'm so sorry. That is... Roll me a D20. I feel bad. give me a pity D20.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so 9. You get 9 in total.
Wow.
I would like to think that it's like when we were watching Devil, how the fucking wires in the fucking like water and it's just sparking everywhere. All the other feathers are just sparking.
Yeah, absolutely. You find the 9 safest to collect feathers, and you're like, I'm not gonna push it any further. All right, so we have the 2 glands. I keep calling them sacs, which was so childish in my description. Glands. There, it's a saliva gland and a bioelectricity gland. Those 2 were removed, one better than the others. You have the vials. You now have a series of feathers. What are you gonna take as like to solidify this as like a trophy?
So we want to try and take the head. Also, Nash, you might want to take a picture of it before we fuck it up anymore.
Oh shit, that's a good point. All right, give me 10 minutes. Goes through his bag, starts pulling all his shit with the camera. That shit in. All right, hold it still. You want to get the eggs in the shot?
Yeah. Here. Let me. And I'll bring him over.
Yeah,
All
show that you slaughtered a mother. Yeah.
I'm gonna title this picture "Bad Parenting."
Yeah.
All right, anyone want to get in this? Like, do like a
Yeah, here.
prelude or like some kind of sign?
He's gonna like arm like choking the giant bird as best he
Perfect, perfect.
can.
And in that metal armor and his after ass. That's gonna be real funny. All right, hold still.
All right. You take the photo. Yeah, Steven, you're like getting this massive creature in a chokehold with like its eggs laid out in front of it. Kind of fucked up when you think a little too hard about it. But
Nah,
yeah,
fuck
the
'em.
photo. After about 15 minutes, the photo finally comes out. Are we loading everything into the nest?
Yes. Do we want to take? We could take its head. Do we want to take its wings and put them on the side of the cart to make the cart look cool?
I ain't gonna rot though, Steven.
That sounds kind of badass, though. I think it's worth it to deal with a little stinky smell.
I know someone who can taxidermy.
Well, there we go. I mean, I don't know. Preserved after a month, but we can get it looked at and see. And he will go ahead and try to separate at the joint the wing from the body.
Alright. No room required, easily done. You begin breaking down the wings of this creature. And placing it in the nest. Alright.
What's our weight looking like on the nest so far?
2 wings are the largest parts. The wingspan.
Are wings heavy? Aren't they? The bones are hollow, so that it's easier to fly.
Correct. I mean, every bone in a bird is hollow. It's
Well, yeah, but
It's more so the
it's-
sheer size of this creature.
it's fucking big. You know what I mean? I would say you could fit everything inside of it. As soon as if you guys wish to ride down in the nest, that's when things are going to start getting difficult.
No, just to carry the nest.
Easily done with the wings and the eggs. That's absolutely fine.
All right. Well,
Let's head
Does-
back down.
That included the head as well, right?
Yeah, we're gonna.
As you guys start making your way down, Vaughn's gonna fly down and kind of make like checkpoints with some pythons to make the climb down a lot more easier.
And with that being said, I'm not even going to require a roll. The trek down, it's not raining, it's not storming. Vaughn is there to provide air support, giving you guys checkpoints. You guys are able to make it down to the base of the mountain, no problem.
whoa! Didn't roll
mission
down.
accomplished.
Didn't get struck by lightning.
Not anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I almost made it too. Damn.
Well, it's because you got half the amount of metal that he has. It's still way too much. So 1 versus 2 strikes.
I should have stayed closer to Steven. It would have kept targeting him.
That makes sense. As I understand lightning, that is how it would work.
Mm-hmm.
This is worth it.
All right, well,
All right.
Let's kind of put the nest on top of the cart for now. So what are we doing to all this shit?
All right. Well, the eggs we can store inside our monster carriage for now. I figure.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cook those on up.
Yeah, that's what I figure.
I think we should keep at least one, though.
For what? You trying to get another fucking pet, Vaughn?
I might be, yeah.
All right, that'd be cool, actually.
Yeah, it's a Thunderbird. That's
Leroy would like. Maybe I save these for Leroy.
I'm thinking more like, oh, if people start being like, man, that picture's been shopped. That photo has been shopped, so to speak. we've got an egg to prove that we actually did it.
All right, well, let's set your owlbear up to nurture these eggs. It can give them warmth, and we'll put a blanket over it or something. Let's hatch these and give them to Leroy. Ultimately, I think is the plan. I've changed my mind. Let's not eat them.
Oh, we can eat one, right?
No, I
Oh,
think we
okay.
should.
All right, we can do that, sure.
Yeah, sure thing. You guys begin loading these into the back carriage, like the monster parts carriage. You load in the 3 eggs, as well as, I'm assuming, the skull, or like the decomposing face of this creature, into that back. You still have a nest on top of the carriage, as well as these 2 massive wings.
The wings, I figure we can put on top and kind of rope them down. If anybody else has any ideas to make them look cooler, though, that would be appreciated.
I mean, as cool as it'd be if we put them on the side, right? Like it was gonna about to fly off, even though the utility of that will be nothing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I guess we could, like, if we have enough rope, just rope them, and so they're stuck to the side. Yeah, I think that's definitely the coolest way to do it, for
It
sure.
seems like you got a vision, so I'm gonna hand you some of my rope.
And Steven is going to work on basically the sides of this monster parts carriage are going to have the wings strapped to it, sandwiching. So there's a wing on either side, and then a decent amount of rope securing them onto the carriage.
Nice. Yeah, easily done. Given the hour trek towards the mountain and the time going to and from, up and down, by the time you get down, and especially by the time you attach these wings to the creature, the sun is beginning to set on your 5th day of the hunt.
Shit, this is our 5th day, and we already killed something pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask that skull in the carriage how the thunder gland works, and I'm gonna think about integrating some sort of technology into my whip.
Lightning poison whip.
Yep. Poison lightning whip.
That seems just mean at that point.
Inhumane. That whip is inhumane.
It is.
Yeah, that's why I try not to use it on people unless they're really something else. A piece of work, if you would.
Yep. Feel bad for Nash.
Yep. And to be fair, it wasn't actually Steven that hit me. But yes, it was awful, and I hated it.
And then once we're kind of settled in, Steven will go ahead and go in and ask. He'll bring the gland with them. Be like, hello, if you don't mind, I have some questions.
It felt like you paused in order to say my name, and then forgot it, and then kind of skirted around the issue. My name is Benjamin, and I'm hurt.
Dude, I was gonna say Benjamin, but I thought that was from the other campaign, so I didn't say it.
You thought there was
Dang
a
it.
Benjamin, and but
There is now.
I made a joke at work, adding a Benjamin into the campaign. I think that's why. But Benjamin, I am sorry about forgetting your name. I'm not gonna lie. We just took down our first monster. Nothing special, just a Thunderbird.
It sounded like it. It sounded like you guys were fist fighting with God up there. It was
Yeah.
it was crazy.
I got struck by lightning 3 times.
You look it.
Yes. Yeah. So I looked into it, and it seems the Thunderbird has a conductive fluid that it shoots. It also has a gland that produces electrical charge. Do you know how that works at all, or have any info on that?
We'll see. I'm not too well versed in monster biology, especially given that this is a creature native to New Yerra. Definitely don't get these things in the old country. I don't think we would have survived as long as we did if that was the case. But from what I can tell, and from what I've learned over these past 100 years, is that similar to everything, its body works off electrical charges to a degree. And this gland acts as, if you would, an exposed wire. While everything else is connected, this is left, well, unconnected. He doesn't have hands, so he's not actually doing this. When the bird wishes to activate it, it simply sends an electrical pulse to that gland, in which, since it is not a closed circuit, it simply creates a spark, creates a volt of electricity that it would then use to electrocute the propelled saliva.
Okay. So basically, if I wanted to, say, have my whip spark, I would just have to have it have a container that stores energy, and then a connector that connects it to the whip to press it and shoot the spark out.
Yeah, absolutely. A mechanism that could drench your whip in said liquid, and then a secondary mechanism to then ignite it. If you were looking for that second mechanism to be found in this removed gland, I'm afraid that would not be the case.
Yeah.
However, New Yerra, in the forefront of electricity, I'm sure you're more than possible to find someone smart enough to create a concise device able to output levels of electricity you require.
All right. I am a weapon manufacturer, so I'm definitely excited to do a little R&D, and I appreciate the info.
Right. It seems the man you require to make such weapons are right here in front of me.
And then after that, Stephen will go ahead and just start sketching some initial ideas, because essentially he wants to make a battery that's going to have to connect, maybe not even necessarily connect to his whip, but something he may be able to like store and slot in into another position of the whip. So he has to figure out, he's basically going to develop a battery that will basically fit into the metal part of the whip, and then R&D a way to install metal wire into the whip as well, to be able to connect and strike the battery to send the electricity through it.
Nice. Make me an intelligence check for me, just a straight intelligence check. Dude, 1,000 pounds on the ring telekinesis? What the
You gave this to
fuck?
me.
Yeah, and I gave fucking Vaughn the boots of flying. You think I'm out
To
here
be
making
fair,
good decisions?
if I didn't have that, I would have been fucking dead.
Yep, a lot of people would have been fucking dead.
I'd have been alright.
That was a 12.
At 12, you begin jotting down ideas, and anyone watching Steven in the back of this carriage, not necessarily in the back of the carriage, but like you guys are bedding down for the night, you guys are setting up camp. You guys see Steven kind of like over a sketch pad, like just crumpling up paper, like one design out the window, another design out the window. With a 12, you can't quite in your mind come up with an idea that you feel confident and satisfied enough in terms of minimizing a battery to create enough electricity that you need into perhaps a handle of a whip. However,
Yeah.
with a 12, a design that you do come up with that might not be the final product but would be a good working prototype is, I'm not sure how well versed everyone here is in Star Wars, but the first ever lightsabers had a battery pack attached to the hip and then a wire into the saber. That would essentially be what you've drafted up. A large battery pack that's small enough to not to fit into a hilt, but to be attached and fastened to your hip, and then a large thick cable that would go into the bottom of the hilt. With a 12, that would be the best design you come up with that night.
Yep. And feeling a sort of pity on Benjamin, he will sort of R&D kind of show Benjamin the sketches, just to give Benjamin something to do and bounce ideas off of Benjamin as well.
Enrichment in
Yeah.
his enclosure.
Roll another intelligence check.
16.
16. And you've come up with this idea for this proto pack, like this electricity. You take it to Benjamin, and after like a few, like 20-30 minutes of bouncing ideas off him, you realize just the sheer intelligence of, like, there's a reason this skull has been kept around for hundreds of years. Men less intelligent than Benjamin have been using him as a personal assistant, completely against his will. This man is intelligent, he is smart, he is witty, and only after about 30 minutes of talking to you, you manage to condense what would be a large, weighty battery pack into almost like a smaller, like, rectangle
guard.
of like a gauntlet that would then power it instead. So it would be lighter, it'd be quicker to like work on, and after about 30 minutes, you've condensed this idea even further.
Mm-hmm. And yep, that'll be Steven's night.
All right, what's everyone else getting up to?
Vaughn's gonna take the one feather that he pocketed away specifically. The way I'm interpreting it is that that's like the one with the least voltage, but like there's still like an occasional like arc reactor kind of like electricity going off it. And he's gonna fashion that into a native, very native like earring.
Nice.
And every now and then you'll just see like the spark just go off it, and it looks pretty cool. And yeah, it's fine. Worth it to be cool. And then the rest of the night, the first thing he's gonna try is he's gonna try and incorporate the other feathers that he got into his rifle, kind of similar to Steven, to see if there's a way that he can like attach it to the barrel or something to where it'll like arc off through the metal, and it's more like a one and done kind of thing.
Make an intelligence check for me.
No, Vaughn's not good at these.
Neither is Steven.
Benjamin, help me.
That's
a 10.
You know what? You yelled, Benjamin, help me. I'll give it to you with advantage. We'll take the 20.
Okay, cool.
What you managed to fasten? How many?
I
many
have 8, not including the one that was the earring.
Benjamin essentially, this is kind of a quick and fast solution to kind of like spitball an idea out for you. But if you have a small enough piece of metal, cylinder in which you can slip the stem of the feather. If you attach that to the bottom of your rifle as almost like a bayonet, when the bullet exits, it will rub against the feather and all the electricity will be conducted from the feather to the bullet. You may be able to electrify a single bullet at the charge of one feather.
All right, I'll get with Steven, see if we can cook something up. I've been wanting to do some modifications on the rifle anyway, so this works out. Thank you, Benjamin. I appreciate it.
Here to serve. And if I'm being honest, you guys are much nicer to me than anyone else that I've served in the past 500 years. People are douchebags.
You said serve. I think of it more as help. You're your own person.
Not to demean the kind-hearted nature of your words, and trust me, your kindness is not lost on me. I would take that phrase much more to heart if I at all could move on my own volition. But that being said, I do appreciate it, Vaughn.
We'll fix you up. Promise. We'll get some kind of like, I don't know. The word stem comes to my brain, and get some kind of like movement option out of you.
Well, truly, I can't wait for that day. For now, I suppose I will make do with the books you let me read, the notes Stephen lets me peruse, and the hour a day that the owlbear has his way with me.
Why'd you have to put it that way, Sam?
Benjamin said it.
Yeah, that'll be it for Vaughn.
I think all Nash does is he gets them eggs in a nice, right, warm place. Put maybe some of those wolf pelts we got over them, make a little nest there. Maybe the owlbear can snuggle up on that, put Benjamin close to it. You gotta just out there getting some warmth and they might hatch.
Yeah, you create like a little faux nest for these eggs in the back of one of the wagons, kind of begin cultivating. Cultivating isn't the right word. What's what I'm looking for?
Incubating.
Incubate. You begin the incubation process, or continue the incubation process from however far along they are. You don't know. Yeah, if you take some time to like train the owlbear to almost like mother this, it doesn't take. Because, like, you're asking, like, a 5-year-old to, like, be a dad, and he's like, I
sit on it every now and then. Make it look comfortable so it does it of its own volition, you know?
As much as you try, it doesn't ever sit on them. It does, like, do, like, like a cat kind of, like, does one of these. And it, like, it rubs itself against the eggs. Like, this is the best I got. But yeah, you've created, like, a little faux nest.
What's the size comparison, out of curiosity, with the owlbear and the eggs?
I think the egg would be a bit bigger than the owlbear.
Okay.
And the owlbear's like the size of a big dog, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay.
Sweet. Cherry, you think you're getting up to?
You know, Cherry's gonna try to go through Nash's provisions and try to find if he has like apple juice or like some orange juice, cranberry juice. She's looking for some like can of fruit.
Maybe a can of fruit. There's definitely no like apple juice. There might be like a can of like preserved fruit.
All right.
You got stuff that would preserve over a long journey, so.
Yeah, she's stealing that, and she's gonna try to make hooch.
Sure. During the night, you begin the process of making hooch. I don't think. Bear with me here. It's about a week to prepare this.
Yeah.
How long is the meat got left? It's been going for, I believe, probably about a week or two.
Might be 2 weeks.
I
2
think
weeks, I
so.
believe.
Because you started it on the boat, right?
I started it when we got off the boat because that's when I bought all the flavoring supplies.
Roll me a D100 because I've just googled it here. What are you making exactly? If I can recall.
Mead. It's
Mead.
It's I believe I got fruit. Did I get like raspberries? Raspberry mead.
Gotcha.
49.
All right. Yeah, with the 39, it's sitting where it would take between 2 to 3 weeks. And on the lower half of that 50% die, I will say that, yeah, it is, especially after this 5-day trek deeper, it is, especially by the 5th night of the hunt, you have your mead.
All right. Well, I will basically ask if anybody would like a glass before the rest of this is going to Cherry.
Vaughn just kind of like looks to Cherry.
Cherry's trying to sneak making hooch.
Yeah, ironically, Cherry, as you like steal the preserved can of fruit to run up into the forest to make hooch, as you run off, Stephen comes out of the wagon and announces that his meat is ready, but you have already disappeared before you get to hear it.
You know what? I'll have a sip before Cherry gets it,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll just take a small swig.
Yep. It's,
How's it taste, DM?
raspberry mead.
Roll a D20, just a flat D20.
5.
It's, you know what? You've tasted better, but it's not bad. It's like fully. If you didn't let it ferment its allocated amount of time, it would be disgusting. But with a 5, it's just like this is Steven's first batch. It's not blowing you away, but it's drinkable. It's nice.
Pretty good.
Thank you. My first try. So.
Not bad for your first try.
Mm-hmm. I learned from watching Cherry. I wouldn't say I learned from Cherry. So yeah, hopefully it only gets better from here.
Yeah, I think you've got a good grasp. I think you'll master it before long.
Mm-hmm.
Cherry, roll me an intelligence check to see how the hooch is coming along. To
How
see if
could
you
she fuck up hooch?
You'd be surprised.
It's a 17.
She doesn't fuck up hooch. You feel confident that you have the process beginning to go, but you know that it will take about a week for this to properly ferment.
You put fruit in a bottle with sugar and yeast and you close it.
You might find a way.
She spills her yeast. She's like, no! No!
All right. Anyone else getting up to anything of note this night? All right. That being said, who's taking first watch?
Well-
Steven will take first watch, and then Vaughn can take the middle two.
Mm-hmm.
And Rodan will be circling like normal.
All right. The first night goes by uneventful. Sorry, not the first night. The first watch goes by uneventful. Stephen, you walk over, you wake up Vaughn for his leg of the journey.
Vaughn's gonna post up, sit back, and keep an eye out.
Nice. Vaughn, your middle section once again goes by uneventful. But what I will ask of you is, who do you wake up for the fourth and final?
I will wake up Nash.
All right. Nash, you wake up for your, final leg of the journey as the night before. Do you begin making breakfast as previously?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the routine.
All right. You wake up, fourth and final watch. Light the fire, or at least restoke the fire that has dwindled and embered out throughout the night. Put the pot above it, begin cooking. As you turn your back to start touching some, preparing some ingredients, you hear behind you. Well, isn't this a mighty fine surprise? You, might I just say you make a fantastic cook. And you turn around and you see sitting next to the fire, kind of kneeled down as if he's taste testing whatever you're cooking, is a gaunt man in the face, but well-built, pale-skinned, jet black hair that looks like it was once finely kept and maintained, but has almost begun to grow into like a greasy, slicked back kind of look. He wears all black, what was once fine clothing, like perhaps like a banker or a teller of some sort, in which to look nice was almost a part of their job description, but has once worn down. If any of these items weren't black previously, if they had any color, they have since desaturated. Patchwork has begun to appear as if he had them a long time ago and has not reused them. And he looks at you and he smiles, and the voice echoes around in your head, a voice that you've heard before.
Cinnamon Wilson.
There's a voice I've heard before. Where have I heard this voice before?
During one fateful dream in the Grand Hotel.
Alright, well, I see them poking around with the fuels. There's plenty there for you. You want to sit around and have a bite. Been making a lot of breakfast burritos. Don't know how you feel about them.
Personally, I think I must abstain tonight. This morning, I should say, but I appreciate the gesture, and he stands up. He begins speaking louder, enough for the rest of the party to wake up. And you guys wake up to as described, that man dressed well. I don't think anyone would have seen this individual before, and only Nash would have heard them speak. So, the three of you wake up to a stranger in your camp, essentially.
Who's your friend, Nash?
Yeah, I think this is who I sold my soul to.
In the flesh. Well, not quite.
And also not quite sold my soul, while we're on that topic.
Vaughn's like putting his hand on the fucking lever action, just putting his hand there. He's not pulling it out or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You put your hand on it, and it doesn't feel like a gun. Like, you know where it is. You touch it, and you look down, and it's a scaly, slender. It's a snake, and it slithers off like through your hands as you go to touch it.
Ah, it's Snake.
You just bang, it hits the dirt and slithers off.
Wait, my gun slithered off? Wait a minute.
Yep.
You gotta stop putting snakes where your guns go, Vaughn.
Steven's holding his cane like.
Yes, it'll be a snake too.
So why are you here?
Well, if I was to be honest with a lot of y'all, I think it's just a little bit of fun. Now, you two, when he gestures to Steven and Vaughn, I don't have much to do with y'all, given the fact that our fates are not too entwined, as I believe your compatriots here are. Nash, I believe, you know why, and Cherry. Few of my partners may be doing some unsavory things to your kind, and for that I do truly apologize, but business is well business.
All right. Cherry's gonna try to run at him and body him. Vertical slam into him.
You charge at him, and you go straight through him. You like tackle and you just eat dirt on the other side. You like knock over the fire, embers get spilled everywhere. Whatever Nash was cooking gets spilled all over you and all over the ground. He kind of like turns his nose up, not to you, but to the fact that you've spilled food, and he kind of like walks away as like not get it on himself.
You gotta fisticuff me like a man.
Well, even for a Valentine, I did not think you would be so uncouth.
What are you talking about? Of course I am. Look at me.
Yeah.
Just start throwing rocks at him, even if it goes through him.
Make me a. Make a wisdom saving throw for me.
Actually, not that bad. That's a 19.
19. You freeze up. Well, now that he is taken care of, I suppose I come here as a sort of messenger, and I know that a title as well as job might be beneath me, but like I said, I believe this is all in good fun. I do not intend to have you lot survive the end of this hunt, and I gave you the chance to join me. Cherry, I truly believed you and me could do good together, but it seems my brother Amon has got his foul little fingers too deep into the corners of your mind to be pride-free, and you, Nash. Well, I already own you, son. It's just a matter of time before that check bounces.
Yeah, I mean, I don't plan to get that soul back, so you can't have it, unfortunately.
Get
Well, I
fucked.
appreciate your optimism. Well, I appreciate your optimism, but I'm afraid that that is not entirely up to you.
Do you know who's got it then? Or where it went? Well, lost it one day, slept the wrong direction.
I'm friends with very powerful people, and I intend to find it very soon.
All right, well, you let me know where it's at, and then maybe I'll consider go looking for it or not. Because you ain't gonna kill us on this hunt, sir.
Well, when I find out where it is, you'll be the first to know. I can assure you that. Now,
That's a very mild polite of you, thank you.
Cherry, my righteous crusade, although it may not appear to be so, but I can assure you it is, has been drenched with the blood of your family for a very specific reason, and a reason I think you are well aware. My brother bestowed upon you and your family members an unspeakable power, and a power that I am afraid I can no longer allow you to possess now. I intend to wield this power as sort of irony against my brother for sins that he has committed against me. Now, you may be one tough woman to hunt down, but I can show you other members of your family are most certainly not, and other members of your family have fallen at my hand many times over. My plan is already in motion, and the longer you survive, I can only assure you that you are not there to stop my righteous cause, but there to witness it instead now. I said previously I'd come as a message, and this is the message, and all of a sudden your vision flashes. Pitch black, burning hot embers, a man dressed in similar patchwork clothing, a black suit, long duster, incredibly wide-brimmed hat, a man who at first glance you think is the Grim Reaper, this gaunt, old, wrinkled face, sunken eyes, black, lifeless eyes that stare out at you. His right eye burns with fire. As the fires behind him continue to burn greater and greater and greater, you could feel the heat on your face. You yourself, not in a body, but all four of you, lifeless observers to the message that this creature wishes to show you. In that exact moment, Nash, you wake up over the fire, you have fallen asleep mid preparation of this meal. The rest of you wake up in your beds in a cold sweat. All of you had shared this vision, and we are now back to the morning.
I immediately make sure I didn't burn my food.
Roll a d100 for me.
Vaughn's gonna touch the side of his leg. Is his lever action still there?
Lever action's still there.
Okay, good. That's a +1 lever action that might have just slithered away.
36, your food's fine.
Okay, whew. I tend to that and just kind of pretend that I didn't just get a lot of like a sweat from my brow from like a fucking fever dream. Just kind of stir a pot of some shit. Like, morning, everyone.
Yeah, is that the introduction for today?
Crazy dreams out here. Great
Yeah.
Southern Hunt, am I right?
I was really
Okay.
hoping no one would
Southern
talk about it, but I guess we all had the same dream.
Them
Maybe.
demons are yellow bellied, I tell you. Yellow bellied. Beat me in the
Yeah.
ring is all I gotta say.
Normally I'd be against that language, but you know what? In this case, I think you're right.
Don't even have the courage to fisticuff a woman. Come at me.
Listen, it's fine. They're just
Damn.
uppity.
Transparent ghost ghouling bullshit is what it is. Mm-mm.
I mean, we killed a god yesterday. I'm sure we can kill a demon.
It don't even matter if I kill him. I'm gonna hurt him is what I'm gonna do. Win or lose, I'm gonna hurt him. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm just more. It seems like they're going to try to interrupt our hunt. That's just inconsiderate.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up.
If we were to display a demon as like our hunt, would that count? Or
That's gotta count.
I think that should count as well.
Just to interject, the vision you saw of this gaunt man when Missy Blackburn addressed at the hunter's dinner in front of all the hunters, she was flanked by two men. Two men that she were like, well, I'm just a little old lady, like I won't be able to do that. That's why I got some hunters with me. One of those men was there was a younger man, well built, and a taller, lankier, older gentleman, and that older gentleman is the one you saw in your visions.
Okay. Man,
Well,
that guy's a sore loser just because we beat Missy.
That's the definition of a demon, alright? They done lost the battle, cast down to hell, and they've been losing ever since. That's all I gotta say about that.
taking L's ever since then, huh?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Now all we can do is take this day, one hooch bottle at a time, guys. Alright?
Speaking of hooch, Steven ate some was it
Mead.
ale? Mead.
Raspberry
That's what it
mead.
was.
Yeah.
I already got into it. Like a damn raccoon in the night.
That was really quick.
You guys went to sleep. I was a little straw, siphoned it straight on out. You got half a thing left, Steven.
Well, the rest was going to you, so
Whew.
I mean, that's all yours to utilize.
I sniffed it right on out. I could tell. I could tell when it was done.
Like I said, you might want to ration it though, a little bit. That way you don't run out as fast.
It's alright. I got hooch brewing. That'll get me through a day. Once it's done.
It's gonna take a week for a day.
I know, but
That's what I'm
listen,
talking about.
you keep your eyes out for some fruit. I can continue making juice. And I'll just have to survive off damn prison hooch.
I'm sure there's like a little settlement around here somewhere that we could probably resupply.
You get Rodon on that, right?
Rodon is going to now basically surveying ahead of us. Look out for one, this all black patchwork duster man, and then 2 any sort of other groups that might be selling or because I mean the Great Southern Hunt is widely like advertised. Everybody knows about it.
For
So
sure.
like any sort of like maybe traveling merchant that pervades during the Southern Hunt.
No roll required. The black patchwork duster man, nowhere to be seen. You ever feel like that was a shared dream, and he didn't even step foot in the forest. In terms of traveling merchants, being outside the walls of a city, especially in such a dense forest area, is almost a death sentence to people who aren't well versed in hunting. You have a feeling if people wish to capitalize on the large collection of hunters, they would either set up shop in St. George prior, as is customary for the parties to be thrown and the hunters to kind of go all out, or they would set up in Davidson after the fact for the hunters to arrive. You do not see any traveling merchants around.
Okay. Yep. And then from now on, when we settle down to a to go to rest or go to sleep, Rodan will do a precursory glance to see if there are any like fruit trees or berry bushes around.
Duly noted. I will keep that in mind. For now, as breakfast is served, everyone kind of shakes off the cobwebs after such a vivid hallucination. Is anything of note being done as you guys pack up for the morning and begin traveling forward on your 6th day of the hunt?
Nope, just in denial.
Wade Nash likes to live. Alright.
We don't have to roleplay it, but Vaughn would talk to Steven about maybe creating some kind of like bayonet apparatus for the feathers, which I can't imagine it'd be too difficult.
Yep. Stephen will get to work R&Ding that as well as further sketching out materials needed, like a material list for his glove, and all that he would need for that.
Nice. Yeah, as everyone else begins loading in supplies and the equipment back into the wagons, Stephen, you begin sketching out the required equipment, tools, time, designs for both the glove and the rather simple bayonet attachment to the rifle. Eventually everything gets packed away, and you guys begin heading out for day number 6, and that is where we're going to end this episode.
Hey.
Big old dumbass demon coming at us.
I like demons. I think they're real neat.
They are neat.
It also allows me to try out different accents because demons don't necessarily have to be southern.
But they are though in canon. They are southern.
As
In
south as it
canon-
goes.
I saw Crossroads.
God damn it. Hey, Eamon speaks as if he's from the old country. He's much more attuned to that aesthetic. The man known as Warren DeWitt is he's a Everglades boy. But that being said, thank you all for joining me. I hope you guys enjoyed the session. First hunt of the Great Southern Hunt. Under the belts, GC man, I hope it lived up to your expectations. But that being said,
Starting off so well.
that being said, love yourself, love each other, love animals, stay hydrated, and we will catch you all next week with Materia.
Bye.